Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are. We're back in the midst of a snow day of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Too bad we didn't do snow day.
No, but, that's nearly a year ago
I think
now.
the last time it snowed, actually, it was around the Super Bowl when we watched The Invisible Man. So it had snowed then. So that's the last snow we had. But
so we're recording this on...
It's kind of hard to believe because it's been almost a year.
Yeah, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were going to have this Monday off anyways, but then the snow rolled in, and not really sure what this is going to mean for the rest of the week in terms of whether we'll be off or have remote days.
We'll probably have remote days, and we'll have to go in probably, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
But it's all up in the air, much like World War II was always something that was up in the air for a long time there. I wasn't sure how that was going to work out. But thankfully it worked out in the right direction, which makes the film today all the more remarkable and prescient in a variety of ways. And that film is Casablanca from 1942.
I mean, I love classic movies.
As our intro says, we love classic movies.
By the way, that's not us saying that. I want to make that clear. And we're kind of making fun of the person who said it, too, by the way.
Mr. Rami Malek, Academy Award winner Rami Malek, it should be said.
Yeah. Good thing John Boy and Billy aren't trying to pronounce his name because they would get it wrong. But they're not the smartest people. So
before we get into the Blue Plate special, we wanted to talk a little bit of NFC Wildcard Weekend thoughts.
NFL.
What did I say?
Said NFC.
Oh, well, the NFC were playing games, I guess.
Not
but
the AFL. That for sure.
NFL Wildcard Weekend. Now, this is the very first week in NFL history where they've had, the extra playoff games, and there's a extra wild card spot that is new to the league, obviously, in the sense of new one extra team gets in for the
and they had
NFC
added
and
extra
the
weeks to the whole season too. So
So Levi's beloved Las Vegas Raiders went down Saturday evening or afternoon. That was a close game though, and I know a lot of people, Raiders fans, maybe I live with two of them especially, didn't have huge expectations that was going to be necessarily a win for the Raiders, but they gave it a good showing. They, they had a kind of a rocky first half that they were lucky they weren't down as much, down by more than they were. But
well, and everybody's been saying this, but they've had a really tough year of the whole Gruden controversy.
And two of their players being out
DUI,
for
various reasons and manslaughter probably and so a new coach and everything. So I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess, because they, but that usually would derail any other team totally, and they still went 10-7 and performed well enough in this game. I mean, they didn't win, but I didn't expect them to. A lot of people are trying to make a whole controversy on whether or not Joe Burrow's foot was out of bounds when he threw that.
Well, I think the bigger thing is honestly that they may have blew the whistle and called the play dead, and then they were allowed to count the touchdown and all that. Towards the end of the first half.
And this is always the case, particularly with playoff games. There's always some controversy about something. We're going to talk about another one here in a minute, which there really isn't one, but I don't care about any of that. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'm not gonna, because a lot of fans are gonna be out there, whatever. This stuff happens. I mean, and I'm not saying it's necessarily just either way, But what you ultimately have to understand about the playoffs is that people come up with and I'm not even saying they come up with, very strangely these things happen where, these weird things happen and these controversies happen, and it's like, this happens every year to every team, or different teams. Now I did hear that Boger and his Jerome Boger and that officiating crew isn't going to be hired anymore for the rest of the playoffs. I don't know if that's why.
Apparently they had a big reason.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, it's whatever. Like,
you're going to have, blown calls or missed things in regular season games. You can't expect that much different in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and I think the refs on the whole is pretty good job in terms of trying to call the game fairly.
Well, and I know there was the Minnesota Miracle game. I was watching that on TV in Wilmington. I know that in that game, before, of course, the Minnesota Miracle happened, there were a couple different times where the Saints had maybe been screwed on a play here or there. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying it's right, but these refs aren't infallible. Yeah. Now, there are some situations where definitively that's just dumb and that happened, But, and I saw the moment sort of happen when it happened in this game. And, I don't remember, but it seemed to be like maybe he had the ball out of his hand by the time that had happened. And I'm not going to debate that. It doesn't mean anything to me. You know what I mean? It's like, it sounds like I'm just kind of just shrugging, but I'm just like, these things happen.
Well, again, about everybody was expecting the Bengals would win.
Yeah.
And I don't have any real ill will towards the Bengals. I don't necessarily root for them, but, best of luck to them. They hadn't won a playoff game in like 30 years.
The only thing that aggravates me about the whole thing is, and here's what I'll be a whiny little baby about, because a lot of people want to complain about that stuff. I'll just complain about something else. Like, people just clearly don't want the Raiders to win. I'm not being juvenile about this. Like, it's very clear to me.
I think that plays a role. I think it's less about hating the Raiders and more about, like, let's go ahead and make Burrow one of the league's biggest stars.
Yeah.
And so we need the Bengals to win, and we need Burrow to, like, go ahead and level up and be one of the league's newest.
No, and that's part of it too.
Stars.
I'm not saying that's the reason why people wanted them to lose so much, because part of it is also the whole narrative of the Bengals hadn't won since the 90s, and I get that, that whatever. But there's just a clear distaste with the Raiders I find so particularly strange. Part of it, I guess, is because they were so in your face in the 80s, and Al Davis being, having been so hostile to the NFL that kind of still lingers, I guess. But I don't know. I know I'm a fan, so I get it, but it's just like I don't understand why there's such a negative reaction towards them when there's clearly another fan base that is total trash that we're going to talk about here in a minute.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with that, except in a loss. Everybody wants to talk about that loss, and like we were saying, that other team that won that game, it's like, hey, we won a game, by the way.
Yeah.
And we were better than they were.
Yeah.
So, whatever. But yeah, that's the thing, is that's what aggravates me more than anything, is these storylines that have to happen. They've been doing that with Lamar Jackson forever.
Yeah.
He's
still yet to prove anything.
And, he has all these controversies over COVID. That's its own whole other story. But yeah, it's just like these stupid storylines that the NFL, well, not even the NFL necessarily, the sports media wants to propagate, don't mean anything if it's not earned to me. So I'm just like, to me, it's a better storyline of they didn't win. Like, how much more would there have been a storyline of all that the Raiders have went through this season, and they got here and did this, and not to like brag on the Raiders, but they've been one of those teams that has always been more randomly progressively minded than other teams.
Yeah,
and that could get over that hump, and also John Madden passing away. Like, there's a lot more there that's far more rich of a text than just, Joe Burrow wins for the Bengals. Nothing against him or the Bengals, but it's just like, that just doesn't really mean anything particularly. Yeah. Now, it does to those fans. I get that. That's fine. But I just don't get it with the sports media. The way they react to these things doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. That's the only thing about the game that was stupid. Because everything, like the actual call, I could care less about that. Because those things just happen. So there's nothing that can be controlled about that, because the refs, they say what happens and then it happens, So
some of the other games too. Most of the games were blowouts this weekend, which is typical for wild card weekends usually, anyways. The Bills blew out the Patriots, which is just. It's also kind of ironic that we're at a place now in NFL history where that is kind of a more acceptable thing because for so long, the Patriots were one of the dominant teams in the NFL, and the Bills, for most of the 2000s going into the 2010s, were just kind of at best a so-so team. But now the Bills look like one of the most exciting teams in the NFL.
Yeah,
and
they've kind of been that way.
Kind of, the fact that they're even in the playoffs speaks to Bill Belichick finding ways to still win, but the fact that the Bills are, one of the hot teams now in that division, I'm sure that has to mean a lot to their fan base too.
Yeah.
Now they've been good the last several years, but
and that's what I was going to say. Is it's kind of built up for a while, but the kind of Josh Allen, Mac Jones divide, I guess, shows that, like you said, even the fact that Belichick couldn't get them there necessarily, I guess speaks to how good the Bills actually are, and I mean Mac Jones is good. I mean so
yeah, I mean he's
Allen
a rookie too. Yeah. I mean so he's going to get
Allen's
better.
been playing for what? Is this his second year, third year?
No, it's like fourth.
Oh, he's been there that long.
Year, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean so that was a little bit more blowout. But interestingly, there were some of these games that people got ahead early, and then there was a little bit more of like there was a little bit of a comeback that didn't necessarily happen with the Eagles. Buccaneers game.
Yeah, so that was mostly a blowout.
And that was the case with. I mean, we were watching the first half of the Patriots Bills game, and that was just like all out domination on them.
So let me just clarify. This is Josh Allen's fourth season. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought this was only his second year or something. I don't know why I was thinking that, but I guess it's been since he's been there. Where did he play college ball at?
Where was
Mac Jones was at Alabama, right?
Yeah, he was Alabama. Let's see. Oh, he played at Wyoming in college.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, we're burying the lead. Let's just go ahead and I guess start talking about
let's just real quick talk about the Chiefs ended up blowing out the Steelers. That's
the last Ben Roethlisberger game, more likely, yeah. So
and I think at first it was kind of competitive, but then the Chiefs ended up blowing out the Steelers, which I think most people expected.
Yeah.
But nonetheless. But as Levi said, we're burying the lead. The big game of the weekend, and the game that I frankly wanted to watch the most, other than the Raiders game, and turned out to be a great game, was the San Francisco 49ers visiting, of course, our hated Dallas Cowboys. Lived up to the hype, especially as far as
where I
want
to start is about halfway through the game. We were talking about this before we even get to the end, which is the thing everybody wants to talk about. About halfway through the game, and this had happened before, but I had never seen it, like we said. So they're, Temple of Sin, Jerry World. What's it called? It's AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
They have this stupid window in the top of it, and it's dumb because the sun, and they usually play their games around that 4 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
In that 4 o'clock slot. This is the time of year when it starts getting darker earlier.
Yeah.
The sun is always setting over there.
Yeah.
And it literally blinded a teammate from one of the receivers from catching a ball. A Dallas receiver. Like, what the hell?
There's been a lot of people saying on social media and some of the people on TV over the last day, like, how or why do you spend all that amount of money on a stadium and you still you inherently design it in a way that is going to actually maybe possibly hurt you in the middle of a game? It makes no sense.
Like, and all they have to do is pull a curtain over it. I mean, it's a big window, but like, it's not that complicated. Like our dad said, their old stadium before that was an open stadium. It used to be that way too. Supposedly the way that was built.
Yeah.
So like. And I said, I joked, I was like, I guess it's because they want the light of God to shine down on them or something, their pagan sickness that they live in, that they think they're the angels of the NFL or whatever.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any sense to me. But that summed up the game to me. Is blinded by their own greed and their own disgusting nature.
I thought that San Francisco had a decent shot. Because San Francisco's kind of a pretty tough team. I mean, they got a really good defense. Jimmy G is kind of spotty.
And
I mean,
he
it
had
just
been
depends.
injured early on in his career there after he left New England. He had got hurt a couple times, so it was kind of a question.
But they've got a really good running
Yeah.
game, and they're just one of those teams that are tough. And especially after they snuck in last week by beating the Rams in an overtime
they're playing
game.
tonight. Yeah, the Cardinals.
That
so that'll be a
really
division
was just,
game.
asking for trouble in a variety of ways. And everybody said that they're one of the, they were going to be one of the tougher teams, especially wild card teams, to get in that you don't necessarily, quote, want to play them. They played a pretty good first half. They were up in the first half, and they were I think they've scored at least the first 10 points, if not 13 points. And Jimmy G, I mean, down the stretch, he made some kind of boneheaded throws. He had a pick.
He had, how many did it? Just one?
I think just one.
Okay, because I couldn't remember.
But
there actually weren't as many turnovers this weekend as you would expect.
No, and then Dallas slowly was able to climb their way back in. And what did I say kind of early on in the game? I said the best case scenario would be if 49ers get a lead, but then Dallas starts to climb back into it. And then, as Stephen A. Smith, commentator on ESPN, always says, accident waiting to happen.
Right.
And then, it couldn't have been even any better when the game's on the line, because they clawed their way back into it, and there was some questionable, boneheaded calls. The 49ers were trying to drive the ball and run the clock out, and
they got 4th and inches, and it was
so Dallas was able to get the ball back one last time, and what could have been a heroic.
Well, before
run.
we even get to that, I want to talk about some decisions early on. I mean, I've never seen a team so desperately play.
Yeah.
I have, but this is almost on another level. Early on, it was in the fourth quarter at some point. By the way, those progressive commercials where it's becoming your parents. Can we talk about that for a second real quick? Yeah. I hate those commercials because half of them, I'm I agree with the things these people are saying, especially the airport one.
Just for context, there's these progressive ads that are basically when you own a home, you slowly become like your parents. And they're people clearly in their, maybe 30s.
Yeah.
Late 20s, early 30s who, quote, buy a home. And they're, very clearly basically old person cosplaying. Or they're, their whole attire looks like it's something an older person would wear. And their attitudes are very, quote, old person-y.
Yeah.
But as you said, I mean, I feel like we're old men at heart in a lot of ways anyways. But there's a good 75% of the things they say I'm yeah, I agree with that. What's the joke?
Because the airport one particularly, because you've got okay, first of all, it's you brought paper tickets.
Yeah.
It's
why wouldn't you have backups?
A responsible choice, number one.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah.
Second one, there's the one where it's I brought snacks. It's nope. It's so you're going to pay more for snacks that you could have brought from home. Stupid. Then there's the one where he's just let's say ballpark.
Yeah.
When the plane will board. It's so literally only asking when will our plane board.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then getting there ahead of time.
Yeah, and then that last one was somebody should have got here earlier. So it's literally all these things that they're complaining about are literally and it makes sense because most people in the world are lazy, total idiot scumbags. So, it makes sense that those things would be looked down upon. But I just wanted to talk about that for a second. Everything in that particular one.
Now, it should be said that the parking one, I do kind of roll my eyes
now, that
a
one,
more.
where it's and he's the reason I brought this up was so we're still planning to leave about the end of the third quarter? The way he says it. But and it's that's dumb because it's well, what if something happens? It's a big deal. Now, admittedly, when the one NFL game that I ever went to, it was the Panthers and the Titans.
Yeah.
My dad and I mean, it was 30-3 was and the Titans won that game. We left at the beginning of the fourth to say, well, they're not going to, And it's that makes sense. But it's
you always love to tell the story about Jerry Richardson in the golf cart.
Oh, yeah. So first of all, where we were sitting, Jerry Richardson still owned the Panthers at that point. He was actually just
this has been the 2012 or 2013 season.
Yeah, because I think Cam had only been there.
He was a rookie in 2011.
2 years. I think it was his second year or something.
Yeah.
But so Jerry Richardson, we had seen earlier, I had binoculars. Mm-hmm. We were sitting in the field goal area. And so down, we could see him in a golf cart riding around. He was holding on, oh, I'm riding around or whatever.
Yeah.
And then let's see, when was that? It would have been November or October.
I'm not seeing it.
Maybe it was the 2013 season.
Anyways, you keep talking.
Anyway, so like, and then Jerry Richardson, like where his box was actually just over my right shoulder, just like up a little ways, and we could see him. So that was kind of funny. But yeah, one of the other funny things I do know this: Steve Smith was still playing then, so I don't remember when that would have been exactly, but they lost a lot that season, so that actually was kind of a good season. Maybe it was 2011. Maybe that was his first year. Or something. Tennessee Titans, yeah. Yeah, that was when it was. It was November 13th. So was that his first year?
2011, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I knew he was pretty new. But anyway, and yeah, you could see him. He looked like E.T. with his like Gatorade thing on. But yeah, so anyway, we left early in that game because it was like there was no point in staying for that. That was just like bad.
Yeah.
But they lost a lot that season. But anyway, where are we at? So,
leaving in the third quarter.
Yeah, but so I think it was in the fourth quarter of the game.
Yeah.
The Dallas game. Let's get back to that.
Yeah. So Dallas got the ball back.
Oh, wait. Well, no, I wasn't even where I was originally going to
okay.
be. So early on, it was like towards the end of the game at some point. That stupid thing where they like got a first down or something. Oh, no. Okay, so they had fake punted.
Yeah.
And they got it over. And then they like ran real quick, then switched up their like lineup.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah.
And then they like didn't make the first down after it. Just looked, and I was really hoping they would like turn it over. That would have been the best thing ever, you know. But stuff like that, and it's like they eventually did well enough on that drive. I think they scored eventually.
But that just shows a general lack of discipline and awareness.
And it's just and that set up what the end of the game was, which was you go ahead and explain.
So Dallas had no timeouts. They had used them all on the previous San Francisco drive to maintain some clock. And so they had some big, completions early on, and I remember the broadcast booth. Which let's bring this up. Let's talk about this while we're at it. Was Jim Nantz world class, and Tony Romo, who is generally a very good.
Yeah, no, I like him, and I even liked him as a player. Even when I've always hated Dallas, I always liked him. I was like, oh well, he's all right.
But a lot of people talk about how Romo is one of the best color commentators in recent years. Since he retired, he's been doing it.
Yeah.
I have never heard a game where you had a color commentator clearly be in the tank for another team. Now let's get it all out of the way. We know he played for Dallas. He's friends with Jerry Jones. Like he has a lot of history tied up in love of that. We were talking about this,
but
like Troy Aikman.
Yeah, even he
on
doesn't.
Fox, which was layer within a layer during the Buccaneers game.
That
him and Joe Buck did the Eagles Buccaneers game. And they are personally, when I think of the quote NFL, those are my stock broadcasters in my head, or Buck and Aikman, because they do most of the big NFC games. They are clearly, especially Aikman was clearly annoyed that they were not allowed to call the.
Well, they're kind of the unofficial Cowboys announcers anyway, because they're normally that 4 o'clock Fox slot, which is usually where they get the Dallas.
And Aikman brought it up like, a lot of people love to be calling that game, and like Buck was like laughing. You can tell that Aikman's been complaining about it all day off camera, and he's just like thinking about things he's been saying, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But even Aikman in a lot of Cowboys games, and every announcers get flack.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think for the most part, like sports broadcasters do I'm talking about specifically broadcasters in games, not necessarily talking heads outside of games, do a really good job on the whole in terms of maintaining objectivity, but also, a sense of the game and like a respect for the game. That Aikman, now he clearly has a storied history of the Cowboys. I mean, he won at least 3 Super Bowls, and is one of the like Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You name it. He's got such history with Dallas. Even games he calls of Dallas games he calls like are not nearly as in the tank clearly.
Well,
as Romo is.
And like I said, my theory on that, I don't know, is maybe just first of all that he won so many games for them in the Jimmy Johnson era.
Yeah.
That now, like Romo didn't ever get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Let alone win one. Didn't have much of a playoff run particularly. and it's closer to the fact that he was in that team. Yeah. Maybe that's why it feels fresher to him to do that, and that Aikman has kind of worked at that over the years.
Yeah.
But there's I don't know. Even still, it's
If you're the Cowboys here, blah, blah, blah.
It's always about if you're the Cowboys. It's like, what about the San Francisco 49ers who won the game, by the way?
Yeah.
But anyway.
But in general, I think Romo is a good broadcaster.
Yeah.
But yesterday especially, I've never heard a broadcaster be so clearly in the tank, which just makes
and
it all
Nance
the more
was kind of
glorious.
doing that too, a little bit, but not as much.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
I mean, I generally like Jim Nance a lot. I mean, Al Michaels, since I've really been paying attention to football, is the best play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
He's on NBC. But anyways, that brings us all to there. So they got some big completions.
Yeah.
They got out of bounds, and even Romo and Nance were kind of like, oh, the 49ers defense is kind of soft here. They need to be playing more to the sidelines and like trying to tackle them inbounds.
Right.
And they were kind of criticizing the 49ers in a lot of ways. 14 seconds left. Dallas has no timeouts. They make the very shocking
second and
move.
one.
It's second and one.
At about half.
Prescott does a very clearly designed quarterback draw run up the middle, ends up getting a big chunk of yards. And if you had like 25 seconds left on the clock and did the play that he did, that'd be actually a good move, I think. But having only 14 seconds left on the clock.
It's important to say they can't make a field goal. They have to score
they're down by 6,
touchdown.
so they have to get a touchdown. There's been this whole controversy I've been talking about on TV all day this morning about that. Okay, so they get a big gain, but then the clock has been down. The clock is just ticking down. They're trying to get off one last play, but they have to let the ref come in and reset the ball exactly where it needs to be before they're technically allowed.
Which is a rule that has been a rule. Like somebody said this on TV this morning. That's been a rule since the game has been invented, that the referee must place the ball. Because you can put the ball wherever you want if you're a player.
They could kick it down the field 5 yards.
Yeah, I mean, like, whatever.
It's going to be here. So, the ref runs in, and, it's very clearly he understands the urgency of the moment, trying to give them one last play, basically. Not because they're Dallas. I'm not saying that.
That was their playbook. That was their decision. Yeah.
And they run out of time. He
tried to literally
spike
at
the
0
ball.
seconds. Yeah.
And so there you go.
But there was kind of a few seconds there where it was looking like, oh my God, are they going to give him another chance? We were all saying, and then they were like, nope, that's the end of the game, into regulation. Yeah. So also before that, let me say, because a lot of people, I was thinking what the controversy of the game was going to be was that the 49ers had made that 4th and inches, and they just barely didn't make it.
Right.
I thought the controversy was going to be that the refs were going to give it to them, and that then the Dallas fans would be whining and pissing and moaning that they gave them that.
Right.
But no, the referees clearly gave Dallas enough chances, and they screwed it up every time. I mean, I've never seen anything so stupid. Because, like I said, I mean, you got 2nd and 1. I say you throw the ball. I know they don't want to turn it over, right?
Yeah.
But it's like you throw the ball towards out of bounds. The worst thing that happens is you make it incomplete. You go for the Hail Mary. Because what they were trying to do, they kept faking San Francisco out where they would get them further back in a Hail Mary defensive position so that they could run the ball and get quicker yardage.
Yeah.
But, you try to throw to the outside, get it that way. Like I said, at worst, you waste 7 seconds, maybe. You get 7 seconds left or something. You get one last play. You could have had it that way, and you've got enough downs at 2nd and 1. They seemed very worried about making the first down, which didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Because it's like you've got that down and 2 more in the tank. There's no way. I mean, because you have to make it.
Mm-hmm.
So the 4th down, it wouldn't matter. It's just one last chance.
Like I said, if they had 5 to 10 more seconds on the clock, it would have made sense to do that quarterback draw right up the middle. But to have 14 seconds, no timeouts.
And maybe he thought he could just run the whole thing in and get it because earlier he had made a touchdown by running it in.
Yeah, right.
Maybe that was just an ego thing where he thought he could do that, or that Mike McCarthy felt that way too. Because that's another question. Is that I guess it's that McCarthy made the decision. I guess
Kellen Moore is the offensive coordinator. He's the one who made the call to do that.
So that's what I was confused about: is who actually made the call.
Kellen Moore's the play caller for Dallas. Yeah,
but so. That it boggles the mind. I mean, it truly is Cowboys fashion. Yeah. Total reality show. Total totally ridiculous. Like, I mean,
you couldn't have drawn it up any better.
No, like,
it's
and
just
that's
what
the
they
thing
are.
is that, like, and to their credit, to Romo's credit, immediately after that, he was like, no, that's the rule of the game. Like, he was immediately like, no, that was dumb. Like, the referee has to spot the ball on where it is. And like I said, he tried to get there. And then you know, Dak Prescott, quarterback for the Cowboys, was who has yet to ever prove himself. They keep wanting him to.
Yeah, right.
Same thing, like him and the Zeke Elliott combo.
Well,
They've been trying to
thinking
push
this. Nobody
forever.
says this at all.
Yeah.
Where was Zeke? Like, now I know part of it is the 49ers defense is really good, but in all these big playoff games, okay, well, let's start with what Dallas typically is in the season. Dallas loves to run the ball. Zeke Elliott's one of the best running backs in the league. Like, they typically lean on that. But then when push comes to shove in the playoffs, usually teams find a way to shut down the running game, which means Dak's got to throw the ball more.
Right.
But, like, somehow in all this, Zeke Elliott never gets talked about or complained about as far as why isn't he running the ball better? Because Dallas usually has one of the best offensive lines in football. So I was thinking about him. He's kind of usually escapes any of these conversations, but he's there too. And so now there's already talk that Mike McCarthy might be fired, and Kellen Moore has been kind of raised through the Dallas organization. Oh, he's going to be the next head coach. So it's like, wait a minute, wasn't he the guy who made the play call though that just cost them this
they were
game?
even questioning on whether or not he would be there definitively or not this coming year. I'm sorry, well, not even Kellen Moore. Wasn't they saying he might be gone?
Oh, that he might get hired by somebody else. But likely, if he was offered the Dallas job, he'd take that.
Yeah. Well, Mike McCarthy came. It's kind of like it's interesting. It's been a real like desolation row over there, to use Bob Dylan's name, like of like different coaches. What's the defensive coordinator's name
for Dallas?
Yeah, he coached at Atlanta. For a while,
Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn. Yeah. He got kind of loaded off there. He had been a defensive coordinator other places. Where was that? Was it at Denver?
The biggest one was Seattle.
Oh, Seattle.
He was there
right,
because
he was the Legion of Boom
Seattle years.
Right. Okay, but he had went to Atlanta for a while. They ditched him. He went over there,
which he did have a Super Bowl appearance.
Right. Yeah.
The game they choked in New England.
Yeah. And Mike McCarthy coming from Green Bay, it's been a couple years since he'd been there. Like you said, it's kind of, and then even our friend the Clapper, what's his name?
Garrett.
Jason Garrett's now at the Giants, the football Giants.
Yeah.
So it's like that whole coaching situation just been garbage the last few and it's interesting because we've been saying it like. We felt like if this was the year to go, this was the year. I mean, because it felt like they really were something.
Yeah.
As Skip Bayless would say, really, this team is special. You know, it's, like it felt like there was something more there, and I admitted that to all the paganistic Dallas fans out there that we know. That I admitted, I was like, no, there's something about them, but I told them, I was like, no, they'll screw up. You watch, it'll happen.
Yeah.
Always happens every time. I mean, because. The closest they had been before this was the Dez dropped it game, a divisional round game in the playoffs against Green Bay, and that was like 2015 or something. That was Romo was still playing for him. Well, no, he had been injured that season because that was that awful game, one of the worst game ever against the Eagles, or Week 3 Eagles. Game.
That was
wasn't it?
That's not
or
the
was that
same
2016?
season, though. That was 16. I think.
That's when that was. Okay, so never mind. So, but Romo had been injured that whole season, so never mind. Because I did think he was playing, but
I'll never forget though that like
that game's legendary though.
That specific playoff like run, like whoever won those games blew it the next week against another team because it's like there was something with like I feel like Dallas. Somebody blew it against Dallas in the wild card round.
Yeah.
And then Dallas had the very famous Dez didn't catch it, but he quote called it moment. And then in the next week, the Packers had a good little lead over the Seahawks and choked that away.
Was that Seahawks Minnesota where they like kicked that field goal and it was like real?
I think that was a few years later.
No, that might have been 2016.
Yeah, maybe
too. But that was a ridiculous thing where they iced the kicker. We were pulling for Minnesota in that game, I remember. But anyway,
and so the Seahawks ended up going to the Super Bowl, and then very famously, that was against New England, and
Yeah.
that was down on the 1 yard line or whatever it was, 2 yard line, and then like they didn't run it in, and they threw the pick at the end of the game, and that whole deal. And they had a 10-point lead over New England, and Brady and the Pats came back.
Yeah.
That was the last time, by the way. I think I was really genuinely rooting for the Pats and the and Brady. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was like
because
the
after
last
that,
time,
because
like,
they've beaten so many people since then. I guess it would have been.
But
like
that was
the Falcons.
I'll never forget that game though, because that was the Seahawks were in back-to-back Super Bowls. They beat Denver big the year before.
That pathetic game.
And then they were back, and it was the first time I think a team had been in consecutive playoffs.
Consecutive Super Bowls.
Consecutive Super Bowls. I'm trying to think if it was since New England or
I think
there
it
might have been
was.
those years though where I can't remember in the late 2000s, early 2010s where the Steelers were in maybe back-to-back Super Bowls. Maybe there was a year between that where they beat those Cardinals in one game.
Yes.
Then they lost to the Packers the next.
I think there was a game in between.
Yeah, there
those,
might
though.
have been.
No, but because
there was the first time since really New England, and people were saying, "Oh, is Seattle the next New England dynasty?" And, and it had been almost 10 years since New England had actually gotten to the promised land and won, because they had that whole run in the early 2000s where they won 3 out of 4 Super Bowls, and then they famously were in the 07 Super Bowl, that undefeated season. They lost to the Giants. They lost in 2011 season to the Giants. So there was like this big question of, can they get it done still? And Seattle's the next dynasty. And that game totally kind of flipped and rejuvenated the whole Belichick-Brady New England dynasty.
Yeah.
And I remember like that being a moment, and really that was the last time I really, really rooted for New England.
My favorite image in that game was Pete Carroll looking after the fact, and he's like, "Well, that didn't work." Like, just like. And by the way, my story about that game is I had watched the first half, and then I left around the third quarter because I had the flu actually at that time. Remember, I woke up. It was like 3, 4 in the morning. I woke up and I turned on the TV and I saw it all happen.
Yeah,
and I was like,
all the highlights.
And then I was immediately like, well, that was a stupid idea. Like, and people have been talking about it for hours at that point. But I was like, well, that was dumb. Like, it was like, but yeah. Anyway, best possible situation that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, now the 49ers have to go to Green Bay.
That's pretty much a
tough
death
game for
sentence,
them.
yeah, but
the 49ers are a scrappy team. You never know, and I mean. And we generally root for the Packers.
They've been in and out of the
play,
Super Bowl quite a bit the last decade because they were there with the blackout game.
Yeah, that's when Harbaugh was their coach
against the Ravens. They lost that game. That was when Colin Kaepernick was there.
Yeah,
and then they were just a few years ago when they played Kansas City. They were there, so. They've been in and out, I mean, here and there, so it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. But, I don't know what's going to happen in it's honestly a game I'm not as interested in tonight, the Arizona Rams game. But, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Rams should probably win that because Arizona kind of sputtered out over the season. Yeah. But,
we'll see. But you got to play the games. You never know.
Yeah.
So that's football talk for today.
We're celebrating. We're both in mourning and in celebration over that. It's like whenever Dallas loses, it's almost
from the Raiders'
win,
perspective. This season, they had such an up and down, crazy, insane season, but they'll always have the 2021 Thanksgiving game, which we should say, go back and check the tapes, contributed to reverse jinx. So
I mean,
there you go.
They're gonna kill Derek Carr. So. By the way, love Dak's facial expressions where his mouth's open like a Ken doll, where he's like, it's like he doesn't believe that it's happening. It's like, no, it is happening. Like, but anyway.
So that's football talk for today. But now we've just got to get into that blue plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Order is right here.
Order is right here. It's kind of funny the way this worked out because the movie we're going to be talking about later today, we didn't intend for this to happen in terms of some of the things we've recently seen. And I feel like I've seen a decent amount of stuff on my own, and you've been watching some stuff on your own, so there haven't been necessarily some of the same joint new film experiences as much over the last week for us. But one new one, and we're going to talk about two movies, both of which are World War II films. And then, of course, the film today is the World War II-iest of World War II films. The Longest Day, 1962.
The longest movie, as they say. Not really, but
not exactly.
It's like 3 hours.
It's like about 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's, kind of, I think this movie, Longest Day, it kind of typifies, I feel like, what the 60s World War II era film was. It's, a cast of tons and tons and tons of actors. The biggest of which are John Wayne, Robert Mitchum. Who else?
Everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, Henry Fonda, Richard Beimers.
I mean, as far as like
Richard Burton,
big future stars to an extent. I mean, Sean Connery, he's in it, but he's barely in it.
Rod Steiger shows up,
but it's of
Ed
course
O'Brien.
A dramatization of the events leading up to the day of, and kind of basically the immediate aftermath of Operation Overlord or D-Day, June 6, 1944, which I think for a certain generation of filmgoer, us especially, Saving Private Ryan kind of set the bar and the standard for kind of our understandings of what that experience it was in particular. I mean, it was weird too, even to be watching some of the almost same scenes in this movie that was depicted in Saving Private Ryan. How does The Longest Day for you fit into the quote World War II film? What were some things you liked about it, and maybe some things that were a little bit lacking?
Well, yeah, I think it kind of, like you said, I think it really does typify that type of movie. First of all, I was impressed by the fact that it had 3 directors. That's maybe part of the issue.
That in and of itself was very reminiscent of How the West Was Won, which was right around that time in the early 60s, where you're getting these big mammoth productions. Now, I think the specifics of this had a lot to do with language as much as anything else. But as far as there were German sections,
French and English.
And
American and English, different. But so there was different sections of the movie that had, like I said, a lot of German actors. Mostly the actual officers and the generals that were like in Paris, and then some of them that were at Normandy. And then there was the French stuff that was mainly the underground stuff, and then the English and the American stuff was mainly the beach landings and the paratrooper stuff.
Yeah.
It is interesting, though, like you said, I mean, and I said this in a kind of longer review that I wrote about the movie, is that for most people now we see, I mean, when people think of war movie scene, they think of the Omaha Beach landing in Saving Private Ryan. I mean, that's literally just this is what war is, and the confusion and the terror and the...
And, it's one of those things like, I've shown that scene a few times to kids, and I sometimes deep down have this assumption that most of them have seen Saving Private Ryan, and more I'm starting to realize, oh no, this is something that most kids today have not seen. And it's one of those things to watch it through their eyes as they're watching it, the shock that they still have. I mean, this was almost 25 years after this scene has been made, and it still has a level of shock value to it that... after all the video games that have been made and all these other various movies, the fact that still has that power all these years later is something that speaks to Spielberg's genius in terms of being able to shoot that and conceive of that.
Not only the gore and the violence of it, but the way it's shot, the grittiness of the sand and the smoke, and it just feels it feels intense in a way that I feel like no other movies have gotten to. Similarly, though, I think one of the other... Maybe even, I mean, I don't know. I guess that's a superior sequence just because of it's so important.
Yeah.
But there's a sequence in the second episode of Band of Brothers, which I'm still watching, by the way. I haven't got all the way there on that.
We're still also watching Kim Burns' Civil War.
Yeah,
so watch that in a while.
But there's a sequence in that where that whole thing's about paratroopers, so it's about they paratrooped in the night before.
Yeah.
And
which this is partially about, too.
Right, because part of the whole deal was that they had to paratroop in to secure some bridges and to basically do some sabotage so that it would make it easier for the beach landings later. But in Band of Brothers, it's like that same morning further inland, they that group of I can't remember the name of the group now. I guess it was Easy Company, some form of that. Anyway, they and it's actually a maneuver that is taught in military schools still that they come up with on the fly, that they took a German flak AA gun battery that like really effectively, and that's like one of the best war movies or war scenes in anything I've ever seen.
It says Easy Company, 2nd Battalion, 506 Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division.
Right, so that's a lot of blah blah blah, but that group, that's one of the most impressive sequences in any war thing I've ever seen, and that, like I said, it feels like anything that could try to replicate war, it just doesn't get it. Nobody will ever really get it unless you've been there, I guess. But it feels so intense, like that should be, in ways that I think makes it one of the best, most effective versions of that. But so to see now this, after that, I feel like the thing it mostly adds is just I feel like it does add a lot to showing all the other participants of the English and the French and the Scottish and the Canadians and the Irish, like all these other groups. And
even showing us a little bit of what it would have been like for Germany to respond to such a thing, too.
And how ineffectively they did.
Yeah.
I think that's what the movie kind of... And the great moment in the movie, I think that sums up the whole movie, and you talked about this in your review also, is the two Richards, the Richard Burton, Richard Bamer scene, where they see that Nazi that he lived at Normandy, I guess. He was like just some kind of sentry of some sort, I don't know. That he had put his boots on, the opposite boot on the opposite foot.
Yeah.
And after he'd been killed, he was like laying there and you could see the boots were opposite. And that is a representation of them for really the rest of the war from that moment on, I feel like is a very powerful image.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I will say, you see photographs of the landings, and there's a certain photograph I know that's on the Stephen Ambrose, who wrote the book to Band of Brothers. He wrote a whole book just about D-Day, a separate book. And I've always remembered that cover of one of the books of like a soldier, it's like very grainy photograph of him in the water, trying to get up out of the water while they're landing, and there's certain images I've seen of the actual event of D-Day that look very intense and crazy. I feel like there were some certain moments of the black and white photography with this I felt like adequately expressed that. Like there's some moments where they're landing and the troops running up the beach, and there were planes that were flying over, helicopters, while they were filming it. And it felt very... There were certain moments like that I felt like lived up to what it was trying to be.
Yeah.
But overall, the movie, ultimately, I think its biggest problem is just way too much going on and not enough put into one single of those things.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of something I compared a lot to Gettysburg, which we've talked a lot about on here and there. I think is an incredibly successful movie that has a lot going on, but it still feels like it really gets all the characters, what they're on, maybe not even some of what their political ideas are, but just what their feelings about the battle and the war are, and some genuine emotionality. And I think that the little round top sequence in that is another one of the best sequences in any war movie, because D-Day, it feels like, was very important, but and there's a lot there that there were a lot of like, oh, the weather was bad, they landed at the wrong beaches, there were some kind of screw-ups, but ultimately it was a pretty sound whipping of the Nazis in that sense of all the manpower that went into that was pretty effective immediately in taking that. However, Gettysburg really still does represent, like, this was kind of and eventually the South would have lost, but like Little Round Top in particular was like, we really won the battle in the war, and it really was the kind of center moment. and the genuine turning of the tide of the war, that some definitive decisions were made by Jeff Daniels' character, I can't remember that person's name, that definitively won that battle, or that skirmish in the battle that won the war, and it felt like there's a very definitive desperation to that. I never really felt that with this movie, and like I said, part of that is the nature of the battle itself was already kind of won from the outset in certain ways because of the manpower that it took to do that.
Yeah.
There was one little sequence where they had to use the bandoliers to blow up the sand wall so that they could, on Omaha Beach, so that they could get into the...
Which, again, I was thinking of the very opening of Saving Private Ryan yet again, where that was depicted in that almost the exact same thing.
And that felt sort of like that, that this was the moment, this had to happen, and Robert Mitchum, I felt like, adequately, as always, acted all that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, it felt kind of like, this is just kind of a letdown for how big the movie felt and how many people were in it. It just didn't really leave as much of an impression as it should have.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I mean, I think the ultimate problem with the movie is that it just gets lost in of itself, and there's not a lot of emotion put into the actual characters. Now, I guess part of the whole phenomenon of making the movie is to depict the phenomenon itself of the battle in terms of the size of it, the scale of it, understanding how many nations are involved in it. I think part of the mission of the movie was an attempt to just show and showcase to people 18 years after the fact, it would have been, all that went into such an endeavor. But in doing that, I feel like the movie shortchanges understanding the people themselves. And most of my favorite stuff in the movie was involved Richard Bamer's character. And he's just, there's whole sections of the movie he's not in, and it does feel like, it's like, let's have Rod Steiger pop up for a scene or two, let's have Henry Fonda pop up for a scene or two, and after a certain point it's just like, look at what we can do, get all these actors in this, to the point where frankly I could have done with, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, I could have done without Henry Fonda if that's all you're going to do with Henry Fonda.
No, because it's like he literally appears.
Here?
Because the whole point is he landed on Utah Beach and is supposed to land on Omaha, I think. And they just kind of shrugged and said, "We're going inland then." And he's never in the movie again. And it's like, well, what was the point of any of that? I don't care. Yeah.
And I don't like to use the term quote dated because I think a lot of people lean on that as a bad thing and just as a way to talk about older films, which we can do a little bit later. More so with Casablanca, but I don't know. For our generation, you can't watch Saving Private Ryan first and then go back and watch this and not be a little bit underwhelmed, because part of Saving Private Ryan is the realism, is the sense of like, all those old war movies, the way they used to be shot. Well, this is what it quote really looked like in terms of opening, behind the curtain, what felt and looked like, and so you can't start with watching Saving Private Ryan and then go back to this and not be frankly underwhelmed in terms of where that was at a point in filmmaking history where you could show more and they weren't pulling any punches.
And Samuel Fuller was a director, let me say, that said a lot of these things at the time. He was saying, even in his films that were World War II related or war films, like he made movies about Korea and even later made The Big Red One and other stuff, that he would famously would say, I'm not going to say all the things he said, but he's basically saying, like, I'm not even going to try to do an impression of him because he's the Godhead, you can't do that. But, like, he was basically saying that war is such a nasty, ugly thing, and you see people's body parts laying around. It's this very, like, and I mean, let me say, his films were on another level of intensity than other movies. But it felt like even he, in those interviews, remarked upon the fact that we can't really do it because the censors, But now... And like you said, I think that's what the power of Saving Private Ryan is that it pushed it to that point.
And ultimately, that opened Saving Private Ryan after the very touching prologue, and then it ends in an epilogue of sorts of this veteran going to Normandy and seeing the graves, and he kind of collapses in grief, and then it flashes back to that. That ultimately, that whole movie, while that opens the movie, is about... And it's about putting you through that experience of how expendable human life was. Mm-hmm. And then going, but wait, we're going to put you on a mission where you have to go save one person. And so part of the whole design of that movie is we're going to show you how expendable and non-existent and flappable human life was, but then we're going to go out and make these men who went through that have to save one person. And part of it is their frustration about that, but then ultimately...
And almost that whole
journey
platoon,
that they take to come to terms with that, and the men that they lose along the way.
Yeah, almost the whole platoon is dead by the end of the movie. There's only like 3 or 4 people left.
Yeah.
Because and like I said, the movie doesn't give any definitive answers on that, which is the right thing to do. It doesn't say definitively, well, was it right to do? Was it not? But the whole point is that it says human life is sacred, which is the whole point of the movie. And reckoning with the fact of, look at all the people that died to save these larger groups of people that people wouldn't normally care about.
Right.
Like I said, that is what is so effective about that movie, and as you get older and watch it more, it makes more sense to you. And even the idea of saving I think it's one of the best scenes in the movie is where they're trying to take that machine gun nest, and Giovanni Ribisi's character gets killed in that sequence, and there's that German that they're making him dig his own grave.
Yeah.
And then the Upham character decide to let him go.
Yeah.
And that he later comes back into the movie in the final sequence as like part of the Nazi military that's trying to kill them all off, and he eventually kills him. But it's this whole question of should we kill this person?
Yeah.
And the movie, I mean, he kills him in the end, but the movie never definitively, I feel like, says whether that was the right or wrong thing to do. And so, like I said, there's a lot of questions in that movie.
It's a movie that's more ambiguous than I think most people give it credit for. And I mean, of course, I do think The Thin Red Line is a superior film in practically every way. But that just speaks to how great Thin Red Line is, not necessarily how not great Saving Private Ryan is, because it came out the same year, and that won Best Director for Spielberg. And so, I mean, I do think Thin Red Line is superior to that. But that's just one of the best films ever made. So.
Well, and I think that the difference between that and The Longest Day, because they're doing kind of a similar thing, I mean, because that's talking about how big the Guadalcanal campaign was and how rough and ugly and nasty that campaign was to
and also, look at the beauty of this land that we're desecrating and destroying in the midst of all this.
No, because, I mean,
which is a very Malick thing to say and do, but...
It's one of my favorite Criterion covers for that movie is an explosion up on this hill, and it's this big nice green field and the troops going up on it. And I guess and you know what's funny about that movie, and as to saying to that, that idea of that as the nature being destroyed by this event. But another one of my favorite things, I mean, there's that image in the movie of that, it's like a baby bird that's just been born, and there's all these massive explosions in the background, and it's just shown it in a little ditch, and it's moving around, and the bird probably lived. I don't know. That's not really the point, but it's just these massive explosions, and that still happens. There's another, I mean, this is a different movie, but because he does this all the time, but another one of my favorite images from him in any movie is this this white crane in the sequence in Days of Heaven where they're burning all the crops to kill the locusts, and just these certain things, this beauty in the midst of all this violence. Mm-hmm. And that's obviously, it sounds like I'm I've finally figured out what his movie's about, and everybody knows that. Yeah. But that's specifically what I think works about that movie, because it has so many different characters, and there's whole portions of characters cut out of the movie. There's whole people that filmed the movie that weren't in it. And The Longest Day tries to do kind of the same thing, where it's these flashes of little stories that happen. But I still feel like ultimately, and part of the reason why it works is because the movie uses narration, The Thin Red Line, that it's able to get past it's able to get forward a lot of emotions. Mm-hmm. But that I feel like still that movie still gives characters enough time and energy. Mm-hmm. One of the best moments in that movie, and one of the best moments in the movie, period, is there's that soldier where they go take that Japanese camp, and there's a Japanese soldier that's dying, and he's speaking in Japanese, and they can't understand each other, but there's a soldier that's sitting there basically taunting him while he's dying, and it's not clear what the Japanese soldier is saying, but it sounds, more or less, it looks like he's cursing him of some sort, Later in the movie, that same American soldier that had seen that, there's that shot of him crying in the rain, with his shirt off, and he's just in grief because he's remembering that person dying in front of him, and in the moment that he didn't take that seriously.
Right.
And like, there's so much, he's able to do all this with very quick imagery. It's not even like with definitive dialogue, you know. And I mean, this all just goes to show that Terrence Malick is a like a all caps filmmaker who's one of the greatest filmmakers we've ever had. But I think what I'm trying to get at there is that, sure, it has this broad canvas and there's all these people and it feels like you never totally get to know certain people. But at the same time, there's a certain economy with the narration and the dialogue and even what it shows of the people that you get a sense of who they are even when you don't really.
I think to me, for all this speaks to me that The Longest Day ultimately was conceived more to say, let us do this like historical beat for beat recreation of what happened, as opposed to have conceiving a story within the event.
Yeah, right.
But something like Saving Private Ryan is clearly that opens the film, but that is in service of this whole other story that most of the rest of the movie is.
Right.
Thin Red Line is, of course, same thing in terms of we're conceiving of these very timeless ideas about love and war and hatred and the natural destruction of the world through war that could have frankly been made about any.
Yeah.
In that way, it's got similarities to Apocalypse Now. But it is, it is being conceived through the lens of, it's being conceived of almost as an independent thing, and then the war is shot through that lens. But then this is just like, I feel like Longest Day is just like, we just need to make a beat-for-beat recreation of this battle. And all right, you did that, but so what? And I mean, it's well-made.
And if that's
movie,
all that the movie was worth, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you see let's see what they do with it. I mean, let's see what other people have done with those sort of things.
Yeah.
And I mean, and it's a perfectly fine movie.
And I do wonder if like a movie like that holds the events of D-Day, which again would have happened 18 years before that, with such reverence still, that it would not even think or consider to do anything more, quote, different with it. You know what I mean? It's just like we need to dedicate ourselves to memorializing such events because of what those events meant in the short term and long term of the war. That it just, to me, what, quote, dates it is that sense of reverence. And as we're going to talk about some other of the great, quote, World War II movies, don't quite hold the same reverence that does. And that's not to say you don't, quote, take it seriously. That just means that you were thinking of and conceiving of other things in the midst of the war as opposed to just depicting the war beat for beat.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
And like with these other movies, it focuses on the individual. Because when you see war at its base level, I mean, and this is what the difficulty of war is because it's so large that it feels so overwhelming, like you don't know where to turn or where to look. But what works about something like the opening of Saving Private Ryan is you see these small moments of like a man's arm is blown off and he's looking for it.
Yeah.
And it's like you see the image, right? But like there's a story there, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's an individual there.
Yeah.
When you see some of this here with The Longest Day, it's just like a shotgun blast. It's just like, here's all this.
Yeah.
This thing happens, like, and like I said, you can still do that effectively. You can make it feel confusing and overwhelming, but still put the individual first. I mean, and I guess that's just, and I don't want to even say it's dated in the sense of 1960s filmmaking either, but frankly, I guess the easiest way I can say this, they didn't know how to make movies like that yet, at least in a big Hollywood, like, on that scale,
Well, and I think this is going to get down to something we're going to talk about later. I think filmmaking and filmmakers were still digesting World War II even by that point, because it literally is the most destructive several years in human history. That I think they were still figuring out and thinking their way through. And it should be said, there's a great, probably, especially a lot of the extras and people who filmed that movie, or some of the filmmakers even, who fought in the war.
Yeah.
And, like, literally went through it themselves. And I think, I hate to say this, I think that makes them inherently tight and inherently not willing to take some creative risks that
right.
maybe needed to happen. And I think, again, as the
or
years
that
go
they would
by,
want to hold some emotionality back because it was so scarring for them that
Right.
they don't want to put forth
Right.
that full measure of that, you know.
which is what makes our next film, I think, an interesting counterbalance in many ways. Kelly's Heroes, which came out in 1970. And, I mean, it's only an 8-year difference, but you think about how much Hollywood had changed from 1962 to 1970 already by that point. Kelly's Heroes is, you know, I think very obviously not based on, quote, real events exactly,
right.
anyways.
And it was inspired by, in 1945, I looked into this, where it was like some civilians and a couple different units of military went and robbed, supposedly, this is like not definitively true, they haven't made this certain, it's kind of a myth, that they went and robbed a bank of a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was, but I don't think it was like a big operation, it was kind of just like a looting exercise like you would normally see with any war.
So, Kelly's Heroes stars Clint Eastwood, Telly Savalas, Don Rickles, Donald Sutherland, and again, very much does not have that tightness that something like
no.
Longest Day. If anything, it's maybe it points to Irreverent. How does Kelly's Heroes compare to you to The Longest Day, or just in general with World War II films that dominated the 60s?
Well, obviously it's weird because I said this in my review of it too. I've been fascinated by the idea, obviously, of New Hollywood ever since I was younger. Say the same for you. I've also been interested, though, in 60s movies that are trying to do that. I never get Skidoo is a blatant, obvious version
Well, we
of that.
talked about Seconds way back.
Yes,
I mean, that was a proto-New Hollywood film.
But that with this, it's somewhere in between, because it's a lot like in the same year as MASH and Catch-22. Now, you've seen Catch-22. I haven't seen that. But it's a lot like MASH in the sense of it's kind of taking the whole thing as a joke, but it's never that far, and that, of course, was about Korea.
And it's not quite being as satirical as either Catch-22 or MASH.
But that's what I'm saying. It's somewhere in between, because it's kind of like those 60s. Let's throw a bunch of stars at the screen, have an action movie, but it's also kind of funny.
Yeah.
But you can see, like I said, over the 60s where that started to happen, where you had something like The Longest Day, which was very arch and like, this is
They're taking it very, very seriously, yeah.
And even something like, and I don't want to talk about this movie for too long because it's totally amazing and it's one of my favorite movies, period, now, frankly, is Where Eagles Dare, which is a movie that takes World War II and says, but let's make it a thriller and a mystery and a spy movie and an action movie. Some of the best action in any movie up to that point, right? And make that into that. And is very much inspired Tarantino, and that type of movie, like something like Inglourious Bastards, could be made in a way because it's saying, well, let's take World War II but make it more of a genre movie and do this thing, and not focus so much on what the movie's about. Now, Inglourious Bastards is far more about the Holocaust and about the ideologies of World War II than Where Eagles Dare is. But it's that same kind of DNA of a movie to say, let's take that and do this.
Let's just use World War II as a canvas.
Right. And Kelly's Heroes does that too, but it's a little bit more of a comedy and heist movie, and trying to be more of that, and not. I mean, there's literally a kind of a moment in the movie where Telly Savalas is talking to that Tiger tank commander. He's like, neither of us really know what this war is about, and it's like, I kind of said in my reviews, I'm pretty sure that the Nazi guy knew what the war was about to him.
Yeah.
But
I guess that also just speaks to this would have been right after. It's basically as they're slowly taking France in 44, summer 44. And so the war is, in its waning stages, you could say.
Yeah.
But the characters themselves represent a certain cynicism, a certain, it's all whatever anyways. I mean, it has the, Kilgore kind of painted on the archetype at one point, that it has the general cynicism that not only would have naturally been reflective of guys who would have already served in North Africa, in Italy, and then now taking France, but would also have played perfect for, a generation of people at that point who are seeing the movie who are themselves frustrated with Vietnam and frustrated with a lot of the waning of the 60s going into the early 70s. It's kind of perfectly pitched in terms of what the characters feel and what the audience themselves would feel about war at that particular moment in time.
Yeah, and I feel like what the movie mainly has to say, its kind of main statement, is that the officers can't get it done, so we got to go get it done. And that the only way that happens and the way that they take all that territory is out of greed, nothing else. And I feel like that is ultimately kind of a MASH or Catch-22 statement that I feel like makes the movie worth something more than what it could be, is that it's saying that the nature of greed is what conquered those areas. And I think that's a very interesting idea, that this sense of individualism and like selfishness is what actually, and that is what motivated people to actually get out there and
part
do
of
it.
One of the central jokes of the movie is that this starts off as a very small operation, and that by virtue of what they're having to do, it spirals out of control.
And it's very much of a mad world sense, and that starts as a smaller thing, and that grows into this like almost statewide search for the money, you know. And then I think it's kind of the same thing here, which I find interesting, and that like I said, I feel like that's what the movie's worth ultimately, is its idea of marshaling that many resources to actually take those areas just simply out of we want that money, and I want that money. I need that money, right? And that in itself is a sort of a political statement that I find interesting. The movie's a little too shrill for me personally. Of the theme song, and like, you know, even the theme song of MASH, "Suicide is Painless," like, both is literally making a statement in the movie of that character painless is wanting to commit suicide, and then he doesn't, or whatever. But also just feels very somber and weird, and it fits the movie in a way.
We've talked about MASH here and there over the course of this pod, and it's a movie that we've had evolving feelings about, going more in the positive than previously. But even when you maybe didn't like MASH, or not so hot on MASH, like that movie has a certain power about itself, has a certain deep, dark,
it's very
sense
in your face
of
and
confrontation, and intention behind it. And this movie, while good, does not have that same level of authorial intent. And part of that was movies themselves were changing, where you're going to have somebody like the emergence of a Robert Altman, who is going to put a more auteurist personal stamp on these things. It's going to have more of a personality about itself. This is still very much caught up in, we're going to cast all these people you like. The plot's going to be a little more conventional and easier to grasp, and have a MacGuffin in it the way that MASH is just about people, quote, existing, comparatively.
And then, I haven't read it all or seen it, but I'm Catch-22. I know the central question in that book
that
and
whole
movie
thing's
is
about the very absurdity of war.
And saying that like you can only be considered insane because I know it's the main character is wanting to get out of flying these missions, right? But that. And say, oh, I'm insane, I don't want to do it. But the only way that you could really prove insanity is actually wanting to fly the missions, and that's the Catch-22. And I feel like that's a very interesting idea, that's about kind of different things. But, and I know that's a lot more based on like military bases like MASH. This is more like out in the field, out doing it.
While this is very much better than Skidoo. It does have a very Skidoo-esque sense of a studio system, or a more conventional studio film, adopting the countercultural elements in service of still doing a fairly conventional studio film, as opposed to something like MASH, or even an adaptation of Catch-22, is genuinely going off the deep end in the abyss of what that time period was, as opposed to, again, saying, what's those countercultural kids doing and thinking again? Let's take in some of those elements and still repurpose a very traditional
because the whole
form.
Donald Sutherland character is basically that in this movie.
Well, he's almost a straight-up anachronism.
I mean, because he's not even beatnik either. It's like something, and like the whole fact that, like, and it's weird because I was imagining when they were first talking about it, their tanks are all, like, souped up and pimped out to be like, oh, they're like, they shoot paint, and they have music, and, and they run for I was expecting it to be this whole, like, kind of like that scene in Apocalypse Now, and this wasn't anachronistic, but where, like, that character Lance is, like, got the purple smoke, and it's like, oh, purple haze, and he's high. It would be them doing that sort of thing, going into battle high and all crazy. And it wasn't ever even exactly that either, which I thought was strange, that it was just them riding around and shooting stuff. Yeah. But, like, that is just trying to be so, like, it's all cool, man. It's all a hippie thing. And, like, we just hang out and do whatever we want. Like, we want to be free, want to get loaded, and we want to have a good time, like, you know, but... And it never was that totally either, so it felt like it even failed beyond its expectations, strangely. Yeah. And then Clint Eastwood reacts to all of it with his faces. Well, it's like, okay.
I would have liked a movie that was just more of Telly Savalas and Clint Eastwood, like, their kind of, the buddy dynamic they had, because Telly Savalas was... it just makes me think people just used to walk around and call him, "Hey Telly, hey Telly," like that's his nickname. Or
his brother's in the movie too. Randomly, that's weird. It's like, a family affair.
That like I would have loved to see a movie that really fleshed out that buddy dynamic more, because Savalas was more of the CO of the unit, but then it's all Eastwood's scheme, and so he's kind of sort of the leader. But technically, it all has to go through Savalas. And I just thought that whole dynamic was pretty fascinating.
And like then you add Rickles into it. Yeah. And I like Don Rickles. I don't love Don Rickles because there's some things about him I find genuinely annoying, and I think that his presence was actually a pretty negative one, of being just really mean. Like, you know, and the insult comic thing I find very...
And that was on the rise at that time anyways,
and like, and I like him, so like it's nothing against him, but it's like I felt like the movie didn't really need him in it, and it kind of... It was just another addition. And then
likewise, I would have liked more scenes between him and Pleasance. And the absurdity of those two characters interacting.
Or Sutherland, you mean?
Oh, Sutherland, excuse me.
Yeah, Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance in that. But yeah, Sutherland and him, that is something I would have liked to see a little more of, too, in terms of those two
Well,
characters.
And it feels like it's also...
Because, I mean, you know, Rickles is clearly Rickles, but he's also got this, like, uptight quality that I think matched Witt's funny with Sutherland when they're together, but...
And they'd already known each other for a while, because he was always hanging around the, like... that tent, whatever you call it, it's where they had all the contraband and stuff at. But yeah, like, it feels sort of also like, you know, we've talked, like, I haven't seen this first movie I'm going to mention, but I have seen the second one, The Great Escape and Dirty Dozen, and you've seen Great Escape and haven't seen Dirty Dozen, so we've seen the opposite movie. Yeah. But...
And those were very, very big
like, let's
movies.
Throw everybody in it. It's a scheme. Let's do it. You know, and it's just like, I don't really care about that. And it's like Charles Bronson was in both of those, and I'm just like, hell no, you know. But Don Sutherland was in Dirty Dozen. Mm-hmm. So
John Cassavetes in Dirty Dozen.
Yeah, because I remember seeing, Cassavetes, one of my favorite artists, period. Yeah. I remember seeing him in that and Rosemary's Baby, and just being like, this guy directs movies? Yeah. Like, hell, I'm going to like those. And then it's like, my favorite filmmaker, one of my favorite filmmakers.
Oh, wow, why did he waste his time
doing all this other
stuff? And you realize he only did that to pay for...
So he can make money and do those things, No, I mean, So yeah, it's all in that sort of 60s. Well, and it's interesting because that seems like when they really felt like, all right, let's make some World War II movies finally, and really do that. And that was the 60s craze, was to do those.
And I think part of it is even by that point, and again, World War II was not that long ago at that time. And this is something we're going to talk about later. I think they really crave that black and white mentality that war typically brings up even now for people. Yeah. And the truth is a little more complicated than that, even though there was a clearly evil side. I don't want to make any qualms about that. But I think at that time in the culture especially, the culture really craved for that like black and white mentality that war in particular brought up. And the nostalgia of that. You know,
like Trials of Nuremberg and Diary of Anne Frank and some of those movies that, were very upfront already, like, this is a serious thing. And so...
And Kelly's Heroes comes around at a time it's like, we still hold this with reverence, but we're going to have a little bit more fun with it, you know.
But we want to get free.
Yeah.
We want to get loaded. We want to have a good time, so
And it almost, again, is straight up laughable to me and entertaining in its own right that Sutherland's character in particular feels like an anachronism of let's just cash in on what the hippiedom at this time is and throw a character like that in the midst of all this, you know. Which brings us all to the movie of the day, Casablanca from 1942. As we said last week, literally one of the most legendary, iconic films of all time.
But I think, and it's important to kind of transition here and say that, of course, they were making World War II movies as far back as
World War II.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that that was a little bit stranger because it was rarely as much about ideology then either. It was more obviously in a propaganda sense. And some
although
of those
I
movies,
do feel like in this movie, as we're going to go through,
Yeah.
we'll talk about, is making already in the moment some
Yeah.
very clear distinctions between ideologically what
Yes,
some of these cultures and the countries represented by these characters where they stood in the world
Right.
in 1942.
as opposite of something like Hollywood Canteen, where it was just like, here's all the stars, go the USO and all that, you know, which is more just basic and dates the movie far more than something like this feels like it is so. People talk about this with the movie. It feels so desperate and feels so brave and
one of the
bold.
as we'll talk about, one of the
yeah.
miracles of this movie, I think, is the fact that it holds up as well as it does in terms of it. You know, because there's a lot of these movies. I mean, I'm going to randomly pick on this movie that I like fine enough, but something like Destination Tokyo that had like Cary Grant and John Garfield in it. A movie like that is purely made to like. We're not even going to really get into any of the specifics of the war. It's just purely like we're fighting the Japanese, and let's just kind of make a submarine picture in the midst of the background of this thing. This is actually, again, holds up all these years later, in large part because it actually makes an effort to be about the ideological concerns of these characters in the midst of the backdrop of this conflict.
Yeah.
So what's it about? Casablanca.
So, Casablanca is a 1942 romantic drama film directed by Michael Curtiz. And starring Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman, and Paul Henreid. How you doing, Henreid? Filmed and set during World War II, it focuses on an American expatriate, Bogart, who must choose between his love for a woman, Bergman, or helping her and her husband, Henry, a Czech resistance leader, escape from the Vichy-controlled city of Casablanca, or Casablanca, you should say, to continue his fight against the Germans. So basically, it's that Bogart, as Rick Blaine, owns this cafe, kind of bar, saloon. He calls it a saloon a lot. I'm a saloon keeper. In Casablanca, in Morocco, which is basically a way station where refugees that are able to get out of Europe, who are basically more of the richer folks, because the poor folks wouldn't have been able to get out.
Yeah.
They would have traveled like, well, it says at the beginning of the movie, like something to Oran or whatever, and like, oh, they're going here, and like they're able to cross the Mediterranean into Africa, because that would have been easier than going through France and to Portugal. It's like this weird roundabout way that they had to go because the Nazis had control over most of the continent at that point. But that they get to Casablanca, and then most people are unable to get out, but the idea is they fly to Lisbon in Portugal, and then from there they can get to America.
Maybe even Britain too.
Right,
Yeah.
or Britain, yeah. So that basically most people get there, and then they just have to wait and hang out, and
what's
not able to
beautiful
get
is
out.
it literally represents a sort of a purgatory for all these characters in the movie. It's not necessarily, and despite it being this quote beautiful location and to being this kind of and for a lot of people in 1942, and this is the role of a lot of these adventure in quotes movies of this time, of like, oh, look at this, like Orientalist fantasy, like, and that's not quite what this is, but like is about like, oh, look at this cool, beautiful locale, and it's shot in Burbank, but whatever. Just take it for what it is. Like,
well, and I feel like it's a very,
but what's the beautiful irony of this location in terms of the context of the story is that it is a purgatory. It's a place where Rick's not quite home, Elsa's not quite home. You do have somebody like, Claude Rains, who is like an official in the Vichy government of France, but deep down, he'd rather be in France. It's all this kind of purgatory situation where all these characters who don't quite want to be here are forced to be here, and they want to go somewhere else, and it's all about the conflicts that come out of that sense of not being home. One of the most touching moments of the movie, one I think about a lot, is the scene where Bogart's Rick and Sam, his kind of black friend in the movie, are talking about America, and I bet they're all asleep in America right now, and he's in this sense of, I'm not where I want to be, and this nostalgia of the past that is very clearly strong with the characters.
Yeah, and I feel like my favorite scene in the movie, actually, and it's a lot of like, I mean, this movie's so well written, it's insane, but it's a lot of like very of course it would be my favorite scene as a history person, but there's that scene where it's like kind of the first confrontation between Rick and Conrad Veidt's General Strasser and some of his other Nazi officials that are there, and that they're all talking about, because like you said, the whole kind of point of the movie is that he's basically taunting Rick by saying, oh, you're one of those that can't see the Germans in your beloved Paris or whatever, and he's like, well, whatever, I don't really care. And there's that kind of great exchange of that guy's like, he's like, would you see us in London or whatever the way he says it? He's like, when you get there, ask me or whatever.
Yeah.
But and then they're talking about, what about if we invaded New York City? And he's like, well, there's certain portions of New York City I would not advise you to invade or whatever. Basically saying that the people there would be so insane.
And a moment like that too even reminds me, and we'll talk about this later, of the Bogarts of other movies that would literally be fighting the Nazis upon them trying to come to New York City. You know what I mean? It's just like...
and I think that's what is so great about the movie is, like I said, nobody wants to be there, but that's where everybody has to be.
Yeah.
And that sense of... And that's what the whole kind of climactic conflict is the who will get out and who will leave, and he has the power to decide that. And...
Yeah,
I mean, there's no better climax in a movie, frankly, of that amount of suspense and like who will go where and what. And they didn't know the decision through most of the movie of what they would make. Yeah. And that's the thing is like and we can get about this later, and speak to it like of just the total like, oh, we'll figure it out. And it still sits with us this long, and the kind of just like the grace and
it seems inevitable, the conclusion.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that's like the work of any great work of art, usually, especially one that is produced in a little bit more of a rigid system of production that something like classic Hollywood was, that it seems like, oh, that's inevitable, that's all it could be, but that just speaks to the brilliance of the characters and of the filmmaking at hand, that it feels like it only could live there, but actually there are multiple options of things that could have happened.
And so...
And it should be said, I guess this is based on a play.
Yeah, everybody comes to Rick's.
That I would love to see a stage version of that, and I'm not sure the extent to which it changes things.
Yeah. It was being written around the same time too, and I think it immediately got optioned for being a movie. I think pretty soon.
Well, back then too, they would greenlight something in 2 minutes, and get it produced almost that quickly.
Yeah, it was bought unproduced. Yeah.
Okay.
Record figure of $20,000.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, we'll talk more about the movie, but we'll go ahead and get through the cast here. So, I'll read here. It actually says, the play's cast consisted of 16 speaking parts and several extras. The film script enlarged it to 22 speaking parts and hundreds of extras. Cast is notably international. Only 3 of the credited actors were born in the United States. Bogart, Dooley Wilson, and Joy Page. Top billed actors are. Here we go. Humphrey Bogart is Rick Blaine.
One of the great parts of one of the great actors of his era. People like us were raised on Han Solo in terms of the cynical, wisecracking, but ultimate hero. The guy who is kind of we love to root for, and we love his sarcasm and we love his cynicism, but a guy who ultimately gives himself over to ideals greater than himself.
Yeah.
You don't get Han Solo if you don't get Bogart's Rick.
Yeah.
And then, so this movie in general, and I feel like the Bogart's place in it, one of the several of the reviews and things we read talked about the influence of this movie. And I think for a lot of people, unfortunately, who look at classic Hollywood, they go back and watch these movies as simply as a way to name check and a way to say, oh, this influence and this influence and this influence, and they don't really take it on its own terms necessarily. They see it principally as ancillary to something else. This is an example, and I think, frankly, a lot of classic Hollywood's an example of this. When you go back to the primary source and you kind of forget about anything that comes after that because the primary source in and of itself is so good. So I think a lot of people would likely go back, people our age, maybe a little older, would go back and go, oh, like a character like Rick Blaine ends up, influencing a Han Solo in the world. It's like, that's not how I would look at this at all. I would look at this purely, this is one of the great performances by one of the great actors, is one of the great characters. And that the beauty of Rick as a character is, again, someone who clearly is smart, he's wisecracking, he puts on a tough, oh, I'm cynical, I don't stick my neck out for anybody, but deep down, that is all undergirded by this sense of romanticism, both purely a romance for Ingrid Bergman's Elsa, but also this romance of there was a time and place in my life where I was sticking my neck out and I was a little bit more of a romantic idealist, and the events of this moment have kind of made me put all that about myself in the shelf, but I'm now at a place, and even if I have to give up the love of my life, I'm at a place where I'm more comfortable because she has reawakened in me this sense of idealism by the end of the movie.
And I think I think a way that a kind of implicitness about that proves that, is that the idea of everybody comes to Rick's, even as the name of like that. It's a very famous cafe, but like most of the people that go there aren't like Vichy and Nazi. They're mostly like all these like French expatriates and like just people people are wanting to go there, and that he kind of opens himself up to that kind of clientele, and doesn't necessarily say that the other can't be there, and acts like, I just like to make money, but it's very clear early on that the clientele of Rick's Cafe American, which is a hilarious name, but is all mostly those type of people that are on the Allied side, and I think that's kind of an implicitness that's made early on that like he is really on that side even when he doesn't say that he is, and I feel like that's a very kind of obvious thing to say, but like it's something that
he himself likes a buck, and he's not gonna like deep down. Obviously, his sympathies are with the Allied side, but he's kind of at a point when the movie begins. I feel he's like, well, I don't love the way the state of the world is right now, so if nothing else, let me just enrich myself and isolate myself from the rest of the world and, whatever. But then when Elsa arrives, that reawakens this clear sense of idealism that he had buried in himself like sometime before that because of the heartbreak he had with Elsa, and then likely also discouragement he had with the state of the world and, when this is being made, We're going to talk more about Bogart later, so we'll go.
Ingrid Bergman as Ilsa Lund. It's important to mention, though, that she. It says here that there were other actresses: Ann Sheridan, Hedy Lamarr, Louise Rayner, Michelle Morgan were considered, but that Hal Wallace, the producer, obtained her services. Well, whatever that means. Got her as an actor through David O. Selznick. By lending over Olivia de Havilland for some pictures of some sort.
That makes sense, because around that time was when Olivia de Havilland was in like Strawberry Blonde, the Warner Brothers movie that Cagney was in. And it didn't say anything about Bogart there, but I know his role was one that was offered to George Raft and some of the other stars of Warner Brothers around that time.
Yeah.
Ingrid Bergman is by far, I mean, some of those other actresses are really good, but Ingrid Bergman is clearly not an American character. You know what I mean? All those other ones are like American actresses. And Sheridan.
Hedy Lamarr, Austrian-born American. Louise Ronner, German, American, British. Michelle Morgan, French. Okay. So that would work more. But
okay, but I was thinking more, I guess, specifically with Ann Sheridan. But like, Ingrid Bergman, one of the most beautiful women of this time, one of the best actresses of this time. This is definitely her most iconic role, but I also think about her a lot in For Whom the Bell Tolls, which is in and of itself. And I was going to mention this too. I'm not sure if Rick is a character or even this whole project. I'm not sure what exactly who wrote it and its influences were, but it feels very Hemingway-esque character. I mean, in terms of, and Bogart himself, there's a reason why his star, when he was becoming a bigger actor, Hemingway was one of the biggest writers in the world in terms of his output. Bogart is a very Hemingway-esque ideal of man in terms of this romanticism, this no-nonsense quality. He played, he was the lead in To Have and Have Not, which in and of itself was a Hemingway adaptation. Even though it changed a lot of things. And in that way, obviously, Ingrid Bergman is, she was in For Whom the Bell Tolls, which was, she co-starred with Gary Cooper. But I think of these movies a lot in conjunction with each other in the sense of in the middle, in the smack dab in the middle of the war happening, and that, those projects shared Ingrid Bergman in them.
Right.
What about Ingrid Bergman to you is a good choice for this role in this movie?
I think it's just her star power. I mean, it says here Roger Ebert called her luminous. I think she is, and I think, like I said, it goes to the fact she's not American. Yeah, that works. But she just has such a. I mean, it's no wonder why Isabel Rossellini is also an actress. I mean, that very clearly they were two people who were born to be actors, and I think what I guess makes her work in the movie, as I said, is she is a very beautiful woman, but also that I think she's great in the whole movie, but I think particularly in the flashback sections, you get to see her struggle with the predicament of it. By the way, I watched this movie recently with my students, as I mentioned at some point, and at school during lunch, and they were obsessed with the idea that she had been cheating on both men or whatever, and I was like, but she didn't know that he was alive.
Yeah, right.
And they're like, yeah, but still, and I'm just like, whatever, I don't know. Yeah. They seem very hung up on that fact. But I think that is kind of what showcases her in the movie, is those sequences of her having to make that choice. And I feel like these other actresses or any other actor wouldn't have been able to do that. So I think it's just honestly the acting power that makes her work in the movie more than anything.
Right.
Where others would have been.
And I think it is too that not that she's like doing any man dirty here, but the sense of questioning where's she going to go, what's the final decision going to be, and I think she imbues that mystery well because she herself doesn't quite know what the answer to that's going to be, So
yeah, and they said that she didn't know obviously through the whole movie of which way the wind was blowing. So
well, I was referring to the character, but
right. But I'm saying even her as an actress, like she didn't know literally, and that's what I think is so effective about the performance is this sense of not knowing what will happen, and and that just goes into that. Paul Henreid is Victor Laszlo, or as Claude Rains would say, Victor Laszlo. Austrian actor, immigrated in 1935, says he was reluctant to take the role. Pauline Kael commented, it set him as a stiff forever. I
haven't seen many other Paul Henreid films. I did some time ago see the movie Now Voyager, which is a Bette Davis movie that's really good, and he's the co-lead in that with her. Yeah.
Says that he didn't get along well with fellow actors. He considered Bogart mediocre, and Bergman called him a prima donna. So,
yeah. Should be said, too, that Bergman and Bogart were not overly pleased with each other, I know, in the production of this movie either. Okay. Which was very similar to, the relationship between Vivian Leigh and Clark Gable was more outwardly hostile, I believe, than for Gone with the Wind than Bogart and Bergman was in this.
Yeah.
But they kind of, not that they didn't like each other, I don't think, but they just saw it more as a job, and that goes to what most of the people involved with this movie thought it was just purely, just another film,
I think Henry's really good in this. I think what he represents clearly is the heroism that Bogart wants to be, and that Rick Blaine wants to be, and he's very outwardly that, and doesn't care what other people think of him. And I guess that's Henry in a nutshell, too. I guess he was like, I don't care what people think, whatever. But, I think he's good. I mean, he's obviously kind of the third wheel of the group.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
the whole character of Victor Laszlo, it talks about how he escapes from concentration camps and
multiple times. Yeah.
And I don't think it was widely known at this moment in time when this movie was being produced what those actually totally consisted of.
Because and in hindsight, that makes him appear almost superhuman.
Right.
Which I guess goes towards the character in a weird way, but that's kind of unrealistic because it's like, no, they would have, if they would have kept catching him, they probably would have executed him. I mean, at this point, but whatever, it works for the movie, I guess. Claude Rains is Captain Louis Renault.
This is our second Claude Rains movie since, second total, first since Invisible Man.
Yeah, and we've talked about how great he is already, but I think this is maybe his best, not even maybe, I think it's his best performance. I mean, very clearly, one of the greatest, supporting performances in any movie. It feels so real. I think he's the most authentic character in the movie in many ways, and
because he's clearly someone who has a deep sense of sadness about what France is in the world at this time, but that he, like Rick in his own way, is kind of suppressing that within this other performance he's putting on of sorts, which is the performance of, well, I don't have a lot of power in the world, but what little power I have, I'm going to exercise as basically an agent of Nazism, and he's not happy about that. But he realizes, hey, I've got to survive. One of the funniest moments in the movie is where he's like, I'm shocked that there's gambling going on in this place, and he's like, here's your winnings. Oh,
he's like, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, he's like immediately like, yeah, because he has to, because they do the whole sing. That's kind of a whole funny scene about how like allies moment where it's like where they're dueling, singing German beer songs, and then the La Marseillaise song, and how like then Conrad Veidt's like, this place needs to be closed or whatever. And he's like, I have no excuse. He's like, find one, like, and then walks away like, and he has to be like, he knows there's been gambling going on, and he's like, oh, I have to do that now, and he's like, I'm shocked. There's gambling going on. He's like, oh, thank you very much. Yeah, but yeah, that he has to do that. No, I mean. And he has a redemption over the movie, and I mean it's very obvious. But one of the great moments in the movie is at the end where he's drinking the Vichy water and he throws it in the trash can and kicks it, and he's like, and they're like, oh, let's go hang out and let's go be war buddies or whatever. And I mean Claude Rains is amazing. I think this is one of the greatest performances in any movie ever, like Bogart, of course, but especially for a supporting performance, he's very over the top, very eccentric, and And there's a whole kind of people talk about there's a kind of homosexual coded thing with his character, which I don't particularly see as much as other people do, I guess. But of more, I guess, that he loves, not as necessarily in love. I mean, there's that line where he's like, I would be in love with Rick if I were a woman or whatever, and I guess that goes to that. But I think it's more about he's in love with the idea of Rick, and he sees himself even. It's weird because Rick wants to be Laszlo, but then Rains wants to be Rick, like and so it's this whole kind of people wanting to be other people. It's kind of interesting. But Conrad Veidt is Major Heinrich Strasser. He of course was German and was a refugee. Had fled the Nazis. He had a Jewish wife. It says he was the highest paid member of the cast despite his second billing. So interesting.
Veidt, I mean, he had been in some.
He'd been in Doctor. Well, he had been in Dr. Caligari. He'd been in Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. He'd been in The Man Who Laughs. He'd been in a lot of famous.
He died in 43, so that was really not that long.
He was only 50 too. He looks a lot older than 50 in this, I have to say.
What did he die from?
Let's see. He said he had a heart condition,
heart attack,
so he died. Said he knew about that in the 30s.
I mean, I feel like ever since him in this movie, he's almost the gold standard in a lot of ways for what Nazism on the screen looks like in terms of the evilness, the sliminess, the snakiness. That he very early on back then set the standard through which Nazis are depicted on screen.
And he had been in so many German expressionism film, movies that he kind of, I guess, was. It's interesting how he was able to use that in like a real person. But it does feel very it feels authentic, but it also does feel almost like a kabuki show almost of like this is a Nazi, and like I said, I feel like that's very effective.
And it should be said deep down. In the midst of all this is a propagandistic film. But I mean, you don't go. You're going to get points for making Nazis out to be these like themselves propagandistic fools, and he certainly is one. And he does again. He's terrific in the movie.
And I mean, one of my favorite deaths in any movie. Just like. Well, he's on the phone and he just. Well, I remember we were laughing about that when we watched the movie in class. That just. He's just like, oh, I'm dead. We'll laugh about it in the movie. But Sidney Greenstreet is Senor Ferrari. I feel like he's one of the most interesting characters in the movie. That he's basically this black market kingpin that he helps to run the black market of Casablanca, and he's able to kind of give letters of transit between people, and that he
represents what Rick could be a few years from now if Rick didn't have romanticism or idealism. In terms of he himself has power, and he's more willing to kind of just say, I don't really care if it's Nazis or Americans are in charge. I'm just
he just wants to make money.
He's a version of Rick that is less idealistic or romantic.
You can speak more about Green Street because you've seen him in more
Well,
things.
kind of connect him and Peter Lorre together, too.
Yeah.
I mean, both of these guys were in the Maltese Falcon a year before with Bogart, and they're just kind of classic repertory players of a lot of Warner Brothers movies of this time period, both of them. Green Street in particular, I always remember him. He's got a good little role in this movie, Flamingo Road, which I think Curtiz might have also directed. There's Joan Crawford movie. Look that up real quick. Flamingo Road.
Yep.
Yeah, Curtiz made. It's a good little movie. He plays like a southern villain with a southern accent, which he periodically decides not to really do.
Right.
You know, and you know, he's him and Laurie both are like, you know, I think of a lot with this movie and the 1-2 punch of this and Maltese Falcon, which was a year before that. I don't have much else to say about Green Street other than the fact that he just was a really good supporting player in a lot of these movies with him. Peter Lorre, as Signor Ugarte, he has one of them.
You're right, Ugarte. I am more impressed with you. Yeah,
he is one of my favorite deaths in this movie.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Just like, Rick,
well, like
you must help me.
Well, we should say a major plot point we've left out is that there were some German couriers who were murdered for the letters of transit that were signed by General de Gaulle from France, who of course was the leader of France.
Yeah.
And that those would get people to wherever they wanted to go, and he was wanting to sell those, actually he was wanting to give them directly to Laszlo Ugarte. But he himself is kind of this opportunistic pig in his own way that he wanted to still make money off of that, whereas Rick just eventually gives them to him.
Yeah.
You know? But he's just total weasel. I mean, I feel like when people think of Laurie, they think of this, and Laurie and Weasel in general, they think of this role. I mean, one of my favorite scenes is where, like, early on, he's only in, like, 2-3 scenes. He's not in the movie very much. He's very early on. Yeah. But he's like, but early on, he's like, oh, you must be impressed with me, Rick. Like, oh, I have got these documents, these photos, these clues. Like, imagine him playing Dusty Rhodes. You know, make no sense. He would have been dead before then, probably. But then there's that great scene where he's getting found out, basically, and he's like, "You must help me, Rick. Rick, you must hide me." Like, you know, and it's like very
so desperate and sad.
He also, of course, was known for, I mean, his biggest, I feel like, German expressionist film was M.
Yeah, Fritz Lang.
And he had been in other things, but I feel like...
I know he was a close personal friend of Bogart's, I know. They were friends, I know, outside of this.
But, I mean, he's really good in the movie. He's only in a little bit of it. But then there's that scene later when they're like, oh, I need to speak to Senor Ugarte, Laszlo, and then Veidt's like... you would find it a trifle one-sided. Senor Ugarte is dead. Like, or whatever. He's like, oh, you would find the conversation one-sided or whatever. But the rest of the roles are kind of just a bunch of random different people. But Kurt Boyes is the pickpocket. He's that guy. Also in Wings of Desire. I didn't know that. He must have been one of the poet in that. Okay. Oh, he plays Homer in Wings of Desire.
Okay.
Like the poet Homer.
Yeah.
So I didn't remember him being him. Mm-hmm. But he's that guy. He's like a pickpocket. Comes in and out of the movie. Leonid Kinski is Sasha. He's the Russian bartender. And then also kind of along with that, S.Z. Sakal is Carl, the waiter. I feel like I've seen him in a couple things, but I don't remember what they are. And then Madeleine LeBlanc is Yvonne. She's kind of she's a French woman who almost does the whole thing of like, you know, sleeping with these Nazis, but in the end is more of a French person and wants to be that, you know. And then, of course, Dooley Wilson is Sam. I think this was technically his first movie.
Yeah. Most of the reviews we read were vaudeville. Like contemporary reviews in 42 or 43 were very like, oh, almost acting how progressive it was to have a black character in this big a role, which is still purely an accessory to Rick, but was in its own way a sign of progress around this time, even in its own way.
Yeah, and the only other person I want to mention, just because I laugh about him in memory, is Frank Puglia Puglia, however you say that, as the Moroccan rug merchant. You remember him? He's like that guy where he's like trying to sell a rug to Ingrid Bergman, and he's like, "Oh, if you're a friend of Rick's, how about 500 francs?" Or "Oh, how about this?" And he's like, "No, I have some tablecloths." Like, and it's just like very like over the top, like salesman person, But anyway, so yeah.
We need to spend a little time talking about Michael Curtiz, who is, of course, the director of this movie.
Yeah.
Just some of the movies that I've seen that he's done. Casablanca, of course. Mildred Pierce, The Adventures of Robin Hood, Angels with Dirty Faces, Yankee Doodle Dandy.
I've seen some of Captain Blood, but not all of it.
The Breaking Point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Seahawk, have you seen that?
No. Seen the Sea
Wolf.
I don't know what was going on there.
Didn't you see that one? And then Flamingo Road. Didn't you see that movie, Dodge City?
Yeah.
Go up a little bit. Didn't you see that movie, that Wax Museum movie?
No, I've not seen that.
Okay, I thought you had for some reason.
He was one of the best directors.
Kid Galahad, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, we've seen that. He was one of the best directors of this time period.
Yeah.
I mean, this is always going to be his biggest movie, but Mildred Pierce, to me, is...
White Christmas is another movie. We haven't seen it, but that's a big movie I know he made.
But Mildred Pierce is almost as good as this, which says a lot. I mean, I think Curtiz, what he adds to this movie and what he added to a lot of his movies is a sense of, well, for one thing, he's a good director of action.
Yeah, because he had co-directed The Adventures of Robin Hood with William Keighley, I believe, who was like the best action director of that time.
I think it was Curtiz had a falling out in the making of that, and Keighley was then brought in to finish it. I believe
because not to say that Curtiz wasn't a great action director, because he was. I mean, he made Angel with Dirty Faces and The Breaking Point and Captain Blood.
The Breaking Point is also amazing.
Yeah,
and that's talking about Hemingway of this time period. I mean, that was technically a more beat for beat adaptation of To Have and Have Not, which I've read and is a really good little genre book from Hemingway. More so than the actual To Have and Have Not, which is kind of hit or miss. I think Howard Hawks might have directed that.
But specifically, William Keighley, I think, was just bar none the best, probably the first great action director.
Well, G-Men, obviously.
G-Men, Each Don't I Die, Bullets or Ballots. Did he make Each Don't I Die? No, he didn't. Who made that?
Who was it?
Robin Hood, of course, like we said, very good action. Oh, no, he did. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, yeah.
Torrid Zone also, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Bride came COD. Can't forget that either. George Washington slept here. There's a movie. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, but he was a good action director, but also like, and also it says here that he was the, both Cagney and Crawford won their only Academy Awards under his direction, which of course for Cagney was Yankee Doodle Dandy, and Mildred Pierce for Crawford.
Yankee Doodle Dandy, not a good movie, but
no, I don't think it's all that bad, but
it's
it is
not very good.
And we haven't really mentioned Cagney much during this pod, but we're huge fans of him.
That's my favorite actor. So,
and Cagney was obviously much more associated with all his gangster parts, but deep down loved to be more of a song and dance man more so. And that was a big
being in
celebration.
Footlight Parade and other, it
was a way for him to.
Right.
But I don't know. I just think he was among the best directors of this time period, and in part, he was really good at directing action. But in general, he did all kinds of different sorts of movies. I mean, you look at what Casablanca is, Mildred Pierce is, and then Robin Hood is,
and then even made some of those horror movies like The Walking Dead and Dr. X, which I haven't seen.
And The Sea Wolf again. I think the thing, he really knows, more so than even some other really good directors of this time period, how to use movie stars to maximum performance. Particularly in a movie like The Sea Wolf, like Edward G. Robinson, who's an actor that I've more and more been won over by in movies, totally owns that movie. I mean, that's like one of the quintessential Edward G. Robinson parts. And another thing is, too, he worked with, a lot early on with John Garfield in John Garfield's early career. And he's really good in The Sea Wolf, but most especially in The Breaking Point, which was one of the biggest. Oh, and
he made that. He made that King Creole, that Elvis movie, also.
So I mean, and the thing about as I was saying with Curtiz and everybody else making this, they kind of thought, "Oh, this is just yet another movie. This is just not some big belabored production." That they shot it relatively quickly, as was the case with most practically all movies back then. And I think that adds to the magical quality of this, and we can talk about the heights of the studio system.
Yeah.
That in many ways, this is held up as the gold standard of classic Hollywood. I'd say it's a combination of this and Citizen Kane, which in of itself is being far more pushing, trying to push things forward a little bit more.
It is more antithetical to a lot of things about the studio system of Hollywood. It's a lot darker and just different techniques that were not used and in themselves have influenced. Did you know that Citizen Kane is a very influential film?
I heard about it, yeah.
Did you know that movies come together in the editing room? That's where the hard work is done. Other than the fact that you actually have to film the friggin' thing first. Other than that, editing is the most important part, right?
But what about to you, to Casablanca, does it typify about this moment, and why has it still stood the test of time in many ways as a product of this system of production? I think,
frankly, it's the setting that it creates. I mean, because... it was normal back then, like I said. I mean, it's in like Morocco, but actually Burbank. But that it was so difficult though for a lot of these movies to feel like they were in the place that they were. And I mean, clearly there's some moments where there are some little things about the movie that are dated, but overall, I mean, it's still very much like, oh, this feels like it is there. I mean, and part of that is just by the nature of not only how real the bar itself feels, but specifically the climax with the fog. I mean, that is the most influential looking climax of any movie. I mean, that, like, I was just thinking yesterday about like that episode of Fairly Odd Parents that's like a noir episode or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's a lot like the Maltese Falcon, but it's also very specifically using a lot of imagery from Casablanca. And interestingly, Casablanca has been such a part of noir imagery while it is not a noir. And I think that's because it has Bogart, and the imagery itself looks like that, you know. But I've always found that interesting, too, that it is...
I mean, it's so influential to a point where a lot of people assume it is, quote, film noir, which, of course, it is not. It's more clearly, specifically, a romantic melodrama in many ways. Because film noir, obviously... And film noir was in the process of quite literally being created right around this time as a form, as a style. And would really take off after the war was over.
And had been that with, like, the Maltese Falcon and the Big Sleep around that time. But, yes, particularly after the war, like you said, it was more of a thing in the late 40s. But
And I think this goes, too, with talking about Bogart's own evolution. I mean, he himself was a star that really... He had some smaller parts before this, but really popped off with the Petrified Forest. I think that was like 36 around the time that came out. And as a villain. I mean, that's like one of the juiciest villain parts he ever had. I mean, and that was...
I mean, literally one of the most hateful things I've ever heard in movies. Like, get over there, fat. Talking about an obese woman. He's like, calls her fat.
Not even fat.
Not like, or fatty. He's just like, get over there, fat. Yeah. Like... What? Like, yeah.
And he kind of was slowly progressed, and I mean, he pops up more and more in, I mean, something like the Roaring Twenties. He plays kind of an alternative or a bad seed version of Cagney's character in that.
Well,
if it ain't my old sergeant.
Yeah, I was about to get it out. That's what I'm coughing. Well, if it ain't my old sergeant.
Yeah. And I love his like last things he says to the guy. He's like, and here we are.
And here we are.
And then like cuts away, but you hear the gunshots and clearly killed the guy.
Here we are. Yeah. Well, we've always talked about too that moment. It's one of the most laughable moments in any movie where they're in World War One.
Yeah.
And literally, he's like, "Oh, how old do you think that kid is?" And he's like, maybe 15 or 16 or 15. Or 15. He's like, and he shoots him. He's like, he won't make 16. And then literally
5 seconds later,
not like literally the take happens, someone walks in the frame, they're like, the war's over, and it's like he literally just killed somebody for no reason. Like, you know, it's like I mean, obviously he didn't know that before then, but
he really specialized in playing these tough, gritty characters. And I mean, somebody like Cagney goes through an interesting version of this, but you see who Cagney's evolution of his gangster film roles are. I mean, you go back to like The Public Enemy or Taxi to a certain extent in 31, both of those. And he plays like this smarmy, like grinning, like sadistic tough guy.
Yeah.
I feel like Bogart's tough guy is sadistic in its own way, but a little bit more. How do I put this? Like,
well reserved.
A little more reserved,
Yeah.
I guess, is what I'm thinking. But right around the early 40s, I mean, it was like anywhere between 40 to 42 when this came out in 42. He started to, do like the Cagney thing, and this happens with a lot of actors at various eras, where you play the bad guy so good for so long, it's like, well, let's make him the good guy now. And even his transition into, quote, good guy parts was something like High Sierra, which is a much more anti-heroic character. And High Sierra was one of the big high watermark influences on what film noir was in the process of being created.
And even something also like Black Legion around that time, too, and the Maltese Falcon.
I was going to say, so there's High Sierra, Maltese Falcon, and this. I think if you see just those three films as a sort of a evolution of sorts, I mean, High Sierra, he is the main character, but he's still this kind of anti-heroic gangster type. A little more sympathetic than previous ones, but he's still not a good guy. Maltese Falcon, he's clearly, the detective role, but he's not quite an anti-hero, but he's a little more still, I'm gonna do whatever helps me out type. And then this is kind of the final moment of the evolution, where I think that why this is so pure Bogart is that you have the cynicism in it, you have the smarminess to an extent, but ultimately he does give himself over to these higher ideals and does that. And I mean, what about Bogart's performance in this movie to you is reflective of his overall star persona, and why has it endured over all these years as something that is still, quote, aged a lot better than maybe some other lead stars of this time period?
Well, and you would see, I guess, soon after this, I haven't seen the movie, I guess he did Across the Pacific, right? And some of those more directly World War II, he is a soldier kind of, thing. But even you would see later on with something like The African Queen, a return to that kind of romantic persona. Yeah. But it's still very much that.
No, that's what he won his only Academy Award for, I think, was The African Queen.
And that being a John Huston film.
But they were good friends, and he wrote, obviously.
Well, even the Treasure Sierra Madre.
Well, that was that's another one of the great, Bogart roles and performances, which Huston wrote and directed.
Right, that's like somewhere in between, because he clearly
that is like a good version of he's clearly the star, he's the main guy now, but that is among his darker roles.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he goes crazy by the end of the movie.
Yeah,
and so I think what this is him at his best. I mean, clearly, and he's done he's performed great always, but I think it gets him just right. There's a redemptive nature eventually to the character that usually isn't the case with his movies, where he's just one way the whole time, or he's bad, or he's good, or he's what and this is somewhere in between. I mean, he is clearly good more so the whole time than something like I said, like High Sierra, or even the Maltese Falcon, or even something that is a very complicated, weird movie like Black Legion, where he's like a guy kind of roped into these racist KKK elements and then kind of wants to get out of it, which is a very kind of weird idea. For him trying to play a family man, I think, is very strange anyway. But the overall, I think this represents him at his best, because it's mostly good, but it's also he's a cynical self.
But he's still got those hard edges about himself.
But it just feels so just so lived in and so effortless. Like some of these other performances, he feels like it's effortless, but it's like not on the same level. This, though, it just feels so real and just so just him.
I mean, and his look is just iconic too in the movie itself. I mean, the white tux. I mean, that's just, even in black and white, it just really sticks out and is very vibrant.
Yeah, and his wardrobe changes in the movie are interesting, because most of it is him as the white tux, but then you go to the flashbacks and he's more like a regular suit, just like a regular guy.
And then the whole way he looks at the conclusion of the movie with the trench coat and the hat.
Even before that, when he's going to out in the street, different points, he's kind of wearing that more of that regular older suit type thing. But and then the end, he's like got the trench coat, and so
which is literally one of the most iconic looks in the history of Hollywood in terms of when you think of classic Hollywood. I mean, if you were at a costume party or something, if you saw that trench coat and that hat, you instantly recognize that as Rick from Casablanca. Another movie of his we would be remiss not to mention is In a Lonely Place, which is
of course,
a little bit of a later performance from him.
Well, that's
from
one
Nicholas
of the
Ray,
most complex characters
in
any movie. Definitively bad. Let's just say that. Definitively an evil man.
But it leads you to think maybe he killed somebody, and that he didn't.
Yeah.
But the fact that he convincingly leads you down the path of thinking that he did is in of itself dark.
That's probably his second best movie, I'd say, after this, and the best Nicholas Ray movie.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that wouldn't be his best performance. I think it is on the surface. It's his best because it's like more modernist.
It allows it. I want to talk about this with him in general, is that I think one of the reasons he really stands up as an actor you can still love and admire and appreciate so densely now, all these years later, is that he helped modernize what film acting looked like and felt like.
Yeah.
And he's loosely a part of the continuum that people like to build as far as the modernizing of acting from him, John Garfield to an extent, and then eventually that would give way to kind of the James Deans, the Marlon Brandos, the Montgomery Cliffs. But, I mean, when we really love, and I deeply love as well, I mean, James Cagney.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like, and it's not even something James Cagney couldn't do. I think it was something that literally in the moment Bogart happened to kind of blossom at a time where you were allowed as an actor to be more complicated. Is that sense of moral ambiguity that he imbues in a lot of his characters. And
because the most complex that Cagney ever got, and it's one of the great screen performances and one of the great movies, is White Heat.
Yeah.
As far as being like a genuinely mentally deranged man.
Yeah.
Who has these like fits and these like headaches and that is a very still feels very modern and messy and ugly, but he's still a bad guy.
Yeah.
And of course he played a good guy here and there, weird stuff like Torrid Zone and like
even G-Men. It was
G-Men.
Like the whole appeal of a movie like G-Men was like, the Cagney of the gangster movies, like now he's going to be on the good side, but he's still deep down kind of
and
plays into some of the
also, and even Angels with Dirty Faces, that he lays down and dies and makes himself look like a yellow-bellied rat at the end of that movie, so that the kid and that's a great movie where it's unclear of whether or not he's doing that purposefully
that has
make the kids feel like they shouldn't. I feel like that's what the movie is that he's doing that on purpose to put a lesson towards those kids, the Bowery Boys kids, or that he genuinely is does end up being yellow or whatever. But that I'm just
that's the whole thing. Was he yellow or was he not?
But that. And there are performances like that, but I guess what we're saying is he never got to that level of
and again, I don't think
complexity.
I think, but let me just say, I do think Bogart was a quote a little bit of a better actor than Cagney. I say that as somebody who deeply loves Cagney. Cagney's one of my favorite actors ever. Definitely.
He's my favorite actor. I like him better than Bogart.
But again, I think part of it was the inherent moodiness and darkness of Bogart's screen persona allowed him to show sometimes more colors with regards to those kinds of characters than Cagney was inherently allowed to show.
Right.
And again, just talking about Cagney, the three we always bring up, and it really, I think, show an evolution of the gangster genre in general, but I think also you can see this in versions of actors outside of other genres, is the trilogy of sorts in my head that is thematically, not narratively, The Public Enemy, Roaring Twenties, and White Heat for Cagney. Public Enemy is you get to see him at his most uncut, vibrant kind of place in terms of as a bad guy. But then a few years go by, we like him now, he's better, he's not so bad, that you get with something like the Roaring Twenties Cagney, which is trying to give him more outs and trying to give him more, he's just put in a tough circumstance or situation, and so he's not really a bad guy. He's trying to do better, but this situation or circumstances are against him, and so he's got to be a bad guy. 10 years later, you finally get White Heat, and it's like that's the densest, best character he ever got to play in terms of he's going back to doing a gangster movie because he tried to move away from those more in the 40s. And he's like, all right, I'm going to go back to do one last real big performance like that. and that's the most psychologically rich. And again, you don't get the White Heat Cagney, I don't think, unless you get the more complicated movies that Bogart himself produced. I mean, in many ways, these films are in conversation with each other. And another, other actors this time, I mean, George Raft, we've already mentioned him once, and even also Edward G. Robinson. And those are both actors, especially Robinson, that I've grown more and more so on. Raft is a guy who, I think of his best movie in terms of his performance and role in it was something like Each Dawn I Die. But, Raft's whole career, he turned down these roles that he thought he was, quote, too good for, and Bogart was the single biggest beneficiary of those as far as taking those on,
Funny enough, though, then, of course, there's Pat O'Brien, who kind of sits out to the side.
He's a little more of a character actor.
More of a character actor, and always more of a good guy in most movies, because even in something like Angels' Dirty Faces, he's a priest, he's kind of a good guy. San Quentin, he's more of still like, he's like the head of a prison, but he's like trying to make it better or whatever, and Torrid Zone.
Yeah.
I keep bringing up Torrid Zone.
Yeah.
What a forgettable movie. I mean, and also...
It's a movie you want to be a lot better than it is.
Yeah.
And it's fine enough.
And then, of course, there's... oh, Lord, what's his name? Que pasa? What's that guy's name?
Frank McHugh.
Frank McHugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frank McHugh. I mean, all-time hero.
Yeah.
What if Frank McHugh was Peter Lorre's character in this?
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
Rick, you must help me. I've got these letters of transit. I don't know what. They're a hot potato. I got to get rid of it. But
we'll end on this note before we go to the break. The World War II movie is an archetypal film genre.
We kind of already talked about this.
Yeah, a little bit. But this is by far, I think, there's a reason why this is considered one of the best films about or set during or made during World War II, you name it, is that it does have this sense of, even in the midst of the conflict, obviously Rick is still in many ways a manifestation of the United States as this movie was being made, and a sense of, I don't know what we're going to do, and I'm just going to have to wait and see. I mean, that sense of... moral honesty in that moment is, again, what sets this apart from making him clearly the gung-ho American guy in ways that other movies he was in around this time, Bogart, that is, did not have that sense of ambiguity to them. And, I loosely even think about World War II movies, even going all the way back to a proto-World War II movie, something like Lost Horizon in 1937. That's a good example of, we see this glooming... bad-looking, conflict on the horizon, in the sense of maybe we don't want to involve ourselves in that. Maybe we want to take a step back and kind of be engaged in our own fantasy life. And that was Capra who made that in 1937.
It's funny because then he would go on to be
one of the biggest
propaganda machine. So.
And another movie I wanted to bring up in context of, quote, World War II movies, and it's not explicitly one, but it's between the lines one. It's a Wonderful Life. Comes out in 1946 and is Capra's first real movie back after having served as that, again, propagandistic war machine in the middle of the war. Now, that movie I feel like is a more immediate background of that movie, or the shadow, is cast by the Depression, not necessarily the Second World War.
Yeah, because it's clearly what that's
about. But
it
is clearly about also, I mean, you don't just cast... Jimmy Stewart in that, who just had served as a bomber,
in the Air Force,
pilot in World War II, and not it be between the lines about this sense of loss and the sense of, I'm coming back home to this place, will they recognize me anymore?
Yeah.
That in of itself is about Jimmy Stewart's stardom.
And arguably, Jimmy Stewart had a bigger career after the war.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he already was big, but I mean, he made some of his biggest and best movies after World War II.
Right.
But was a guy who very subtly, I think, was always haunted himself by what he did during World War II, and that was never really widely talked about. But I think privately he had faced a lot of crossroads in his own life about things that he had done during the war. What about World War II, I think, is it goes back, I guess, to maybe what I said earlier. Is it just simply the black and whiteness of this conflict and the still relatively recency of it that makes it a form or a genre of sorts that Hollywood wants to continue to return to?
Well, I guess it sees it as a form of material, which is very strange.
Yeah. Just a big canvas to which to tell stories.
But I think though that most World War II movies get it right for the most part. I mean, they clearly use it as material, but I feel like it's usually morally sound. I mean, you know,
I guess it's easy when
but...
the Allied side who won the war is the one primarily producing these films.
I mean, and I guess that's the thing is that, like, you see Nazis get blown up, and you don't care, you know, it's whatever.
I mean, you have something like the Indiana Jones movies, like specifically the first and third one, that use, you know, Nazis or eventually, you know, the birth or growth of World War II in the third one as a canvas or a place set to which to do archaeological adventure movie. You know what I mean?
And using Jewish occultism in the first movie, which would be a little more suspect if it weren't for the fact that Steven Spielberg were making it.
Yeah.
But, and even to use the Holy Grail in the third movie, I just don't really like The Last Crusade at all, but, you know, whatever. I know everybody does.
You know, we mentioned Spielberg. We talked about Spielberg a good amount already with Saving Private Ryan. I think he is one of the most fascinating filmmakers to touch World War II on multiple occasions because he would have come of the generation of the kids raised on the longest days of the world.
Yeah.
And his father also, he's the son of a veteran who had served in World War II. And in many ways, he's the son of the World War II movie, just in the evolution of Hollywood style.
And you could say the same thing of Lucas, too, as far as the genre movies that he was into, whether they even be American films like The Bridge on River Kwai, which I know he was a big fan of, or even samurai films from Japan, that all comes out of World War II in some way.
Yeah.
So,
and I guess that might be the ultimate influence of this film, even now in 2022, is using the Second World War as a backdrop for what turned out to be rather universal stories of romance or moral ambiguity. And, you know, Rick is put in this moral dilemma that could have frankly been put in a lot of different time periods and contexts, but happened to be at a time when the Second World War was waging, and that's the backdrop through which it's put in. And so I guess ultimately, like I said, that's the influence of this movie, is the sense of using World War II as place setting for rather universal stories like is depicted in Casablanca. So with that, we'll take a break. We're going to hear the trailer for Casablanca.
It's achingly 40s trailer.
I went and watched it earlier today. It is very beautifully 40s.
All right, well, I'll get to see it,
trailer.
And then we'll come back.
And then we're going to dive right into the movie.
Halt! Casablanca, city of hope and despair, located in French Morocco in North Africa. The meeting place of adventurers, fugitives, criminals, refugees lured into this danger-swept oasis by the hope of escape to the Americas. But they're all trapped, for there is no escape. Against this fascinating background is woven the story of an imperishable love and the enthralling saga of 6 desperate people, each in Casablanca to keep an appointment with destiny.
I was willing to shoot Captain Reno, and I'm willing to shoot you. All right, Major, you asked for it.
You knew how much I loved you. How much I still love you.
A good deal more about you than you suspect. I know, for instance, that you're in love with a woman. It's perhaps a strange circumstance that we both should love the same woman.
What do you want for Sam?
I don't buy and sell human beings.
That's too bad. That's Casablanca's leading commodity.
You can ask any price you want, but you must give me those letters.
There's no deal.
All right. I tried to reason with you. I tried everything. Now I want those letters.
And here we are. We're back. I loved how deliciously 40s that trailer was, by the way. Just straight up, spoil some things, which, people complain about trailers now doing that, but trailers way back in the day
it was
did
even
that all
more.
the time,
I feel like it was even more than it is now.
Yeah. We'll be talking about a movie in a few weeks that has...
And we have to use that one for that, right?
Yeah.
We've got to use that trailer. I mean,
that's one of the greatest films of all time.
That is
I think
literally the worst trailer ever.
I was going to say one of the greatest trailers of all time, but in an
ironic
way,
right,
I guess.
like,
but yeah,
I love it's like the final chapter in the I shouldn't say what it is, but spoiler! Hey, it spoils everything. Let's just say there was a third movie there, though.
Yeah, so
and it's
lied,
like, sorry, accidentally spoilies.
So
anyway,
Casablanca,
whatever. No one in the world is Casablanca.
So didn't really have a rating. It would have passed the production code,
whatever.
At the time.
Yeah.
So we're watching this off the Blu-ray, hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know this film, along with a lot of other classic Warner Brothers films, I believe is on HBO Max.
Mm-hmm.
So
go
watch it however you can. If you can.
Which you can.
Here's the trio right here: Bogart, Bergman, Henreid.
How you doing, Henry?
Casablanca. Love that Saudi Arabia there's like Arabia.
Yeah. Rains, Claude, Ford, Hawks.
Kurt Boyce.
Important to mention, Joy Page was the niece or something of Jack Warner.
Mm-hmm.
So Don Siegel. Is that the Don Siegel?
Might be, yeah. Montages was usually like a
editing thing.
Yeah, assisting editor kind of thing back in the day. Yeah, directed thousands of montages, including the opening montage for Casablanca.
So this is Don Siegel did this. I never knew that.
There's a beautiful globe there.
Yep. And he did it.
Lisbon.
Round about them.
Obviously, we've had our own versions of refugee crises in subsequent decades, but I mean that had to be the all-time example in terms of the sheer numbers of people.
Yeah,
from, traveling around the world, specifically in Europe during that time.
Yeah.
Visas. And wait. And wait.
Hey, all right. Chattering.
As we said, like these documents or these couriers are essentially the MacGuffins of the movie in terms of being traded, about place to place.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the quote deliverance for anyone who gets them, to be able to escape.
All arrests, always makes me laugh. That car, how fast it's driving, just enough,
That hat that one guy.
Honestly, would have been better for that guy if he just sort of slowly walked away.
Yeah.
But whatever. This guy going out like a king,
I'm gonna get away.
Not. Of course, he has to die in front of that.
Yeah.
The way they're going after stuff here. Any other papers rolled up in that one paper,
No, just in case you walked in late.
Yeah.
Now, I love this is a way to get some exposition out there, too.
Yeah.
And then in the midst of all that, we ourselves are like privy to this exposition, and then his characters here are being robbed or pickpocketed.
Yeah. Ew, that zebra tie.
Yeah. He's almost asking for it wearing that.
Yeah. This line reading here of maybe tomorrow we'll be on the plane. Like
Francis Ford Coppola there.
Yeah.
Big old beard.
This line reading. Perhaps tomorrow we'll be on the plane. Perhaps tomorrow we'll meet Rick Blaine. I mean, maybe tonight. They would say.
Love the Italian. Yeah, whatever. I love it. So we're rounding up twice the usual number. It's like, yeah, we're just finding people just to throw in jail just because.
That's the way that's the Nazi way of thinking. I mean,
There's Rick's Cafe American, the hopping place to be.
this here, like, I'm gonna, like, this guy.
An intense forehead. That's what's fascinating too, is that there's all these schemes and ways people are trying to get out of Casablanca, and you wonder how many of them are successful. Probably practically none, but
yeah. Okay, Rick. Like,
yeah.
So lazy. Like,
okay.
All right. Until there's a mini cut there.
Mm-hmm. It's a good character introduction, and you barely hear about him just before he's in it, and he's just playing chess, basically sitting there by himself.
Yeah, no, I ain't letting him in. No, he was already up, like, I gotta go over there.
I know this guy's gonna be a pain in my rear.
No, he just, like, rips it up. Oh, all of a sudden, like...
Mm-hmm.
Like, throw the paper back, like...
Oh, nothing. May I?
Please. I forgive you. Literally the most backhanded thing ever.
I love too. It's like, and so much of Bogart's persona was, he's the drinking tough guy, and that this character of Rick, it's like he takes his drinking so seriously. He's just going to do it privately. He can't do it in front of all these other bozos. So you cut rate parasite. Turn this up a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Not even question.
One moment.
One moment. Un momento.
One moment, and then you can take them from me.
I will be dead by the end of the reel.
I'll be dead before I speak. Yeah, I don't want them here overnight, and then he'll keep them like for a while. But he's like, "Crap, I'm gonna have to leave now." Huh? Pee Wee Herman look there.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, good. Like, care about what Rick thinks. Like, could you tell the story briefly of John Barrymore and Errol Flynn, that whole thing, in this movie?
So I think it was around this time that John Barrymore, who was a big actor in the 30s, and he came from the whole Barrymore acting family, which was big. Lionel Barrymore, I think, was
his brother,
his older brother, I think. And then I think Drew Barrymore is
she's part of that
tied to
family.
that later on. That I think it was in the middle of the production of this movie, right around the time he's not in this, obviously, but he died. He was well-known drunk, alcoholic, like had a huge drinking problem. Basically drunk himself to an early death. So he was friends with Errol Flynn, and I think the story goes, and there's like various versions of it, but that it was like Bogart, Laurie, and I think Paul Henreid got the idea, hey, let's go grab John Barrymore's body and take it to Errol Flynn's house.
Stinking drunk, by the way.
They were drunk after filming the day of this, I think, and so they went to the morgue or wherever his body was and paid some people to temporarily take his body, and they were going to return it. And they like took it to Errol Flynn's house and like put it on the couch or the sofa or something.
Yeah.
And then, like, had went to hide. And then Errol Flynn came in. He himself was kind of drunk because he drunk a lot, too. And he was an old friend of Barrymore's and obviously knew he was dead. And, like, was initially very shocked and scared. Oh, what's going on here? And then saw him. But then they all came out and were laughing and joking about the whole thing. And, he thought it was so funny. Ha, ha, ha. This corpse of a friend was there at his house. And then, like, they ended up taking it back to
the morgue.
So that was in the City of Nets book, which is really, really good. Talking about 40s Hollywood. I love, too, how much this woman here looks like a version of Elsa. We'll see later.
This line reading here. Wow.
He's got a line for everything.
Yeah. Also, something we missed there while you were telling that wonderful story is that when Ferrari was asking, I want to buy the bar, and then he was saying, well, how much? He's like, it ain't for sale. And he's like, well, how much will you take for Sam? And he's like, well, I don't buy or sell human beings. Like he said, movie that's randomly progressive in that sense of, like, not only the fact that he's a human being at all, but also that specifically that he's black and that what that means too, and like and then he said, and then Ferrari very cynically said that too bad that's Casablanca's leading commodity. Like for your slimy, you know what? I guess He's talking about all the money we make on refugees alone. Like wow, wow. Most goofy thing ever.
It's like earlier I mentioned it. It's like when they were on the runway and Veidt's character is meeting
Rains,
and then there's Italian guy, and he's like trying to get in good with the Veidt, and they're like, yeah, whatever, such an afterthought. Like,
I love he's like so in his business the whole movie. Did you abscond with the church funds? Did you run off with the senator's wife?
I think you killed a man. That's the romantic in me.
But yeah, he's always like, what are you doing? What are you up to? It's just like, why don't you leave me the hell alone? Like, what are you up to? Like,
he's a nosy little boy. He cannot escape.
Yeah. Out of regard for you, I want to make an arrest in your cafe.
I love it. It'll amuse the customers. It'll be a nice little show for the evening.
That's a funny little set where it's like, he goes up in his office, which you could tell there'd be a wall there, but whatever, Yeah. He can rob and rape and kill, like, Refer to the Invisible Man.
Those eyebrows and that mustache.
What a line there. It's my duty to see doesn't impress the other half.
Yeah.
seen the lady. His voice.
I've seen the mademoiselle.
I've seen the mademoiselle, as you would call. Or as I would call. Question mark. Like,
Don't you think? Like,
don't you find? That's always at a
never. I mean, you're
My
never
dear
never a
Ricky.
bad decision to do that.
Just 2 items. 2 items in your cart. Like, something that's easy to forget, obviously, about both of those, well, first of all, Ethiopia is more talked about as far as being conquered by Italy, but then even the fascist Spain, that they didn't really participate in World War II particularly. That was kind of like a prequel in a way
they
to
just
World
did it
War
for the
II,
gram.
but they didn't ever really participate, and it wasn't really that big of a thing or anything. It was like whatever, and then that was the case there into the 70s, like Yeah, I guess. All right, let's get this bread. Like, like
that was Vichy France's whole motto.
Can they cash my chips, please? Like, won't you join us? Like, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. I expect no less. So slimy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I got a bag of chips. Like, can I cash my chips? And he's like, "Oh crap!" Like,
We were saying Man Who Laughs earlier. That was another Veidt movie. Wasn't that movie like one of the inspirations behind the Joker?
Yeah.
So Veidt, in his own way, is tied to the Joker legacy.
And I love then he like runs around the other way.
Yeah.
And he's there. Like he would have been able to help him in those 2 seconds,
Right.
like. It's like, who the hell are you? Screw you. Like, like, he would know who he is, but like, like, all right, don't worry, whatever.
The guy just getting arrested, like you're gonna get executed and die.
That in its own way, obviously, is referencing A New Hope, Star Wars, as far as like, a big shooting, and then like, oh, sorry about the mess, and then everything get back. Referencing this, I should say. If I said that the opposite way, then screw me forever. He looked at him like, "You like that?" He's like, "I don't care." Whatever that means. Real Switzerland.
Yeah.
A bunch of cowards, like. Oh, he had all that ready, like.
Yeah. for the fox. Remember the "What Does the Fox Say" era?
Yeah. Scandal sheets. Other than being murdered by him, but whatever. Yeah. Spoiler, I guess.
About saloons, like one of the few bigger Bogart movies I haven't seen, mostly because it's big because one of the few him and Cagney were in Oklahoma Kid, which is a western. You imagine Bogart in more westerns. I know he's not in very many, but been interesting.
Cagney wasn't really in a whole lot either.
No. No, I mean that's the thing. I mean, you know. Certain stars, they were just obviously more in touch with doing these type of movies, or those type of movies. And Henry, you know, somebody like Henry Fonda was obviously a big Western star this time. Gary Cooper was too, but
John Wayne.
Yeah,
I mean, as far as like somebody like John Wayne, he was mainly in these and like westerns and war movies.
Yeah.
But I don't ever remember seeing him in like a crime movie or anything, or a gangster movie or something like that, you know. So like I said, rarely would they go between those few.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
I can think of some crime movies that Clark Gable was in, and he's done a few westerns, and he's the one I can think of did about anything. Did some musicals,
a lot of adventure movies.
Yeah,
and obviously being in Gone with the Wind, you know, being a war movie, and how much taller he is than him.
Yeah.
Gross.
No, I do not like you better than Ingrid Bergman. Like,
yeah.
Quote the G Father. I toed up the bill. I think he clearly is in love with her. It might not even be in a romantic context. He just... What if he's got his own little room and he's got a big mirror and he dresses up like Rick,
and he's like, Mr. Bang that coat for nobody, like, you know, and he's like, no, totally wrong. Like,
strike that from the record.
I am a sniveling piece of crab, Major. Like, you know, like. Uh-oh.
You know, what's funny is this movie isn't obviously a musical, but it's set in this nightclub environment, and so it just every once in a while has just like a little like musical vignette almost. You know what I mean?
Yes.
a real review kind of mode.
REVUE.
Yeah. Beetlejuice's Rock and Roll Review.
Yeah, that was an era. It's funny how quiet we've got the TV.
Yeah.
We can't even hear anything that's being said.
This is like one of a handful of movies that will always be restored and be in top quality notch from Warner Brothers Studios specifically, and the black and white photography in this
it's
looks
really good.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
And I know they've worked hard to restore it a lot over the years too. But.
Citizen Kane, that's the case with also, of course.
Yeah, now that even has the first Criterion 4K release now, which they've now done a few
bungled.
more.
Yeah, well, they bungled that one, I remember, because there were some screwed up things about it supposedly.
Yeah.
Wait, this moment here. All the drinking they're doing is like. He's like, I'll watch you. Yeah. Actually, it's only been like a year and a half.
But even at this point,
because the more I've thought about that, I mean, the more I've thought about that and watched this movie, it's only been a year and a half between these events happening. So, the movie makes it seem like it's been a longer amount of time, but.
This is one of the most iconic scenes from the movie in many ways because this song, as time goes by, as it plays on here in a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the most misquoted lines in film history is as she says here, play it, Sam, and play it once, Sam. Never play it again, Sam. But.
It's very melodramatic, but this moment where he walks up and sees her in the music cue is just one of the all-time greatest moments in any movie. It's just like very just like, but like it's like watching Yellowstone and they have the mic drops all the time.
Oh yeah. This movie's got a good score in general. I have to look up who it is. I know one of the biggest Warner Brothers composers around this time was Max Steiner, but I'm not sure if he did this or not.
Yeah.
He did a random amount of Bogart movies. Yeah, it was Max Steiner did this score. Okay, because he was the biggest Warner Brothers composer.
The look on his face, he's like, well, if it ain't my old sergeant.
My old Elsa.
Well, my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually my esophagus, rather. Well...
How quickly
well.
He's so too.
That's what he's a fussy boy, like.
What I love too is that
it made me extremely jealous.
Rick clearly really respects Victor Laszlo and kind of, you could tell is probably somebody he's heard about and rooting from afar, but he's got to act too cool when he's actually here because obviously Elsa's this thing that's in the middle of them. But
yeah, He's so in everybody's business.
Yeah.
You know, just, I'm making my business. He's just standing there.
Yeah.
It's such an awkward looking moment. Until he's like, nobody likes me. Like, the actors, what I'm talking about.
He doing Henry.
By the way, what we're referring to, if you're wondering, is in Goodfellas.
Yeah.
There's this
the young
moment
Joe Pesci character
where the young Joe Pesci says, "How you doing, Henry?"
I'm talking about Henry
to
Hill.
Henry Hill, the young
Ray Liotta
character. But it's like, it sounds like he's saying, "How you doing, Hendry?"
Hendry or Hendried.
Yeah, or even even further, Hendry.
It's like he's adding a D in.
And it's like,
word.
"How you doing, Henried?" You know.
Yeah.
So there you go. This like this lazy knocking over the glass moment, like later. Yeah, it's not right now. It's later after the what have you. I'm gonna get drunk, like, or as was once said in a very obscure YouTube video from like nearly 20 years ago, we gonna get naked, like, you know, like. You ever going to bed? No.
I'll go fishing.
He's like, all right, whatever. The old in and out. It's the most annoying.
I love that his implication that like losing Peter Lorre is as much of a gain, as impactful as a gain as Ilsa being there.
Yeah,
it's like what?
He don't really care about him that bad. Yeah. Like, important note: this is December of 1941. What happened then?
Know.
If I asked my kids at school that, they'd probably forget already.
I don't know.
No, I don't. Nope. Starts playing Layla.
You got me on my knees, Layla.
I beg you, darling, please. Oh, Layla. Layla. Well, if it ain't my old Layla. The look on his face in that scene, he's like he's genuinely friggin' over the moon. He's like, finally, I get to kill this man.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the insanity, you know? Like, like he's like, that's what a grandpa would call a treat, you know? Like, this moment of like, it's funny. I watched Carrot Blanca last night, which we haven't talked about yet. The Looney Tunes parody / homage to this movie that they made in the 90s, and it literally has this same shot, but like animated. And it's just like, that's probably the funniest part of the whole thing. Is like, oh, like this moment, like, wow. It's hard to imagine him as that romantic type, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these scenes recall later on her being in Notorious.
Mm-hmm.
You know, another really good movie. We've talked about that here and there, but
yeah.
Why?
One of the most iconic lines. Reprisal later.
This moment is real like dancing moment. It's like in so many movies, it's like dancing close moment. Disco ball. Look at that.
It's one of the things you can't even say is a quote anachronism because it's literally made at the time.
Actually, it's called Mirror Ball, as we learned from the Neil Young album.
Mirror ball, like my Wonder Wall.
I guess,
but mirror ball moment.
Okay. Meanwhile,
Paris. Yeah.
Oh, Paris.
Deep down during some of these scenes, I can't help but think of the VO guy from Roaring Twenties.
Yeah. Oh my
1940. God. The Krauts march on Paris. Take it right out from under the Frenchmen and women.
John Wayne almost.
Yeah.
Take it from the Frenchmen.
Pilgrims.
Always try to not do Pilgrim because that's just dumb.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she's just like wearing a beret. Like,
yeah. I mean,
raspberry beret.
Winning Paris.
Winning beret. Their roll of honor. Their dinner roll. La Belle Aurore. It's kind of like at the beginning of Maltese Falcon where it's got the Sam Spade on the door and the light shining in. Ripping off John Hughes. Well, if it ain't a John Huston ripoff.
I know Houston and obviously Bogart, as we said earlier, were really close friends, and it always brings up anywhere you're reading, they big drinking buddies. They love to go drink together. I think they hunted together too. But
no,
I doubt that'd really make up for 4 years of Nazi occupation. But yeah, sure. But yeah, sure. Have a drink. Yeah.
Yeah. Go, oh yeah. Go. Like. Huh? He's like, I don't speak Crouch. She's like, that's French. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. I know tough love, babe. Like.
Here's looking at you, babe. Like, actually, it was French. Whatever. I mean, whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty bad, ain't it?
He just knows that. Yeah.
Well, I guess he just knows.
He's just Rick. I mean, this is Rick's Cafe, even though not exactly.
Like in that game, the Superman 64.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be real bad, and Lex Luthor's laughing. That Clancy Brown laugh, I guess. I don't even know if that's actually him, but
he did the voice for Lex on the animated series.
Man, what's wrong, kid? He's calling her kid all the time. Like,
I mean, would this relationship be age gap canceled now? I mean,
I don't think so. I don't know.
I don't even know what their age difference is. Let's see. Bogart was born in 1899.
37 in the movie, though. Are my eyes really brown?
Bergman was 1915, so it's about 16 years. Yeah, she's randomly a person who died on her birthday. August 29th, 1915 she was born. August 29th, 1982 she passed away. Just a few days off from yours. Birthdays.
Like, if Frank McHugh was born on my birthday, like... Nope, May. Screw it all, you know?
You must not ask why.
Then how, like, not wet he looks there, you know?
We're shot on a different day.
Yeah.
Like, not at all wet.
Yeah. Probably shot in a daggum different century. Like, you know? Frank McHugh died on 9/11, 1981, though. Yeah. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Well, thanks. Thanks.
Wild finish.
Because the inside had been kicked out.
He's obsessed with the wild finish. Oh, I heard a story once.
One time. Yeah, I'd agree. Well, she just pulled out a gun and shot him right there.
Been a different vibe.
I mean, the movie would be over, I guess.
Setter.
He just can't take it, you
Yeah.
know?
Can't hack it anymore.
He's a snowflake, you know? Like, he should know that anyway. He called the meeting, you know?
Yeah.
Like, okay. Well, I did.
Well, I guess I'm the first.
Well, I did. Why don't you shut up and get to it? Like, yeah, because you need to trust a Nazi, you know? Yeah. Nah.
No. He's got a scar, though, so you know he's had some tough things happen.
Yeah, really. He's like, if I didn't give it to you in a concentration camp, what do you think I'm going to do now? Like, Claude ranges line reading here. Like, wow. Are you quite finished?
Yeah. Like, we haven't quite figured it out. But whatever I say,
they probably literally beat him to death or something.
Yeah.
Like,
something that made him go barking mad.
Meanwhile, barking mad.
Yeah.
Okay, so recently I was asked 2 questions. Recently, and by some of my kids at school. The first one was, what was the time most likely in my life that I would have considered being a clown? Which is my favorite question I've ever been asked by a student, let me say. I haven't got an answer for that yet.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get back to him. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But the second question was, when was the time you were most likely that you would have become a madman? And I said, probably yesterday, the day that it was, because the day before that was a little bit wild, that's all I'll say. But, yeah. So.
A madman. I mean... Chris Penn, the original madman.
Yeah, I mean, being a clown, that's a little bit more to work at. Being a madman, I think that could happen relatively quickly, but you're a fat hypocrite. He's like, I don't care, yeah, whatever.
I mean, this movie really solidified the Fez culture, you know?
Yeah. Like when you're at Epcot,
every time
in the Morocco section, you're like,
which is clearly like based off this to an extent.
I will wear the Fez. You know,
every time a few times I've been there. I remember the last time it was some years ago. It was in there that section. I looked on how much is this Fez or whatever? It was like $35 and it wasn't all that.
Part
big.
of me wants to buy it though.
Yeah,
like, you know, like we can do our. The mummy cosplay of that guy, Sieda.
That dude that plays, Cadbury and Richie Rich.
Remind me about Sieda later. I want to say something that I'm not going to say on air about that. That's too vulgar. I don't want to go into. You can think of it, maybe.
What's that guy's name? Jonathan Hyde, maybe?
I think so. This guy, though.
Oh, yeah. Just looking, if you go to Wikipedia, look up Jonathan Hyde, the picture there, his like neck veinage is just like something to behold.
Like he's had work done to his face, but then like his neck is just like, whoa, baby, like we're like, oh, look at him, like
known professionally as Jonathan Nash Hyde.
Yeah,
that reminds me.
This is Nash.
I was gonna say like this is Nash. Yeah, like, that had to be some in joke or something.
Like wow, this is Nash. His face in this scene. Oh my God.
He's leader of all illegal activities. I'm influential and respected.
That scar.
Yeah.
It's like talking about
like,
Scarface. You
maybe
know? Like,
it's just me, but I feel like some scenes it looks bigger than it is, and then other ones it's not as prominent.
And then the next scene, it's like his whole face is gone. Like, you know.
Why, I do not know.
Rick. It would be so hot there.
Oh, that's something I've been thinking about, and all the clothing they're wearing too in the midst of all that.
Because he knows, you know.
The whole squad rolling up.
Wow.
Now, you love to drink yourself to death.
Okay, whatever. I'll totally back out like a coward.
Yeah, I will not answer that question.
Wow.
I'm going to go impress the Nazi.
The moment's coming up. So that moment has taken on a legendary status in my third block.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it my business. I love he literally admitted, like, I'll do whatever. I don't. So kill me now, like, basically. Assassination vibes, you know.
Didn't watch such much.
Yeah, they speak better English than some people I know. that guy on King of the Hill's like, dadgum, like, you know, it's like whatever. It's like, Casablanca's the best movie, you know, dadgum, studio era, like, you know.
Yeah, a lot of mumbling.
Yeah. I think those videos that like Boomer Singer, baby, like them, like girls that are like, you literally can't even understand what they're saying, like. Wow. He's 2.
Yeah. So this is kind of a episode in the movie, so to speak, where you see his hardened heart starting to warm a little bit towards, you know, getting this woman and her husband basically out of here.
Yeah.
Showing again his path to redemption slowly taking place.
Let me look. Such much. No, well, ain't got anywhere else to go.
Yeah.
Me when I'm having to like move kids around, like the geography may be difficult to arrange. I keep been having my kids asking me, "When you gonna move seats again?" I'm just like, I'm not.
They're into it.
Like, huh?
They're into the moving.
Well, no, but like then sometimes they're like, "Are we moving seats?" I'm like, "No." Now we're not going to for a while.
Yeah.
About that. I don't know. I might have been. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of like them the way they are. Certain classes need to be moved more than others. Let's just say that.
I don't have assigned seats in my room, but I've moved kids here or there if they need to be.
We especially need to know where they are because of COVID, so that's kind of why they push us. I would do it anyway. I'm a believer in it. Me, when I let a kid make up a grade, make a grade better, like cash it in and don't come back. That wink, like, oh, you know, like. You dig?
You dig?
He's like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
And that man's probably like, what is he talking about? Michael Richards here. Rank. Confidential.
Casablanca Confidential.
The look on his face. Please. My wife. A real my wife is nice. Like, stupid.
First, my wife.
My suit is black, not. My suit is black.
Not.
I mean, literally one of the greatest, like, punchlines in any movie ever is in Borat when he's like, Pamela, I no longer love you. Not.
It's like, oh, ha ha.
Yeah, it's like she would understand that, you know, like.
It kind of got buried under everything, but that second one, not as good as the first one, but still pretty good.
Yeah. And it said that he caused COVID, like.
Yeah.
Just give up.
Need somebody singing Yankee Doodle Dandy in the midst of all this, too.
Key lighting on this.
This is an interesting moment for the Nazis. Basically, like, oh, we can't totally rule and change the minds of these people. That obviously, see what I mean?
Find one.
No, he's like, all right, well,
okay, find one. Oh my god, that's the most annoying sound ever.
Yeah.
Other than the
further notice.
Other than the voice of a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
Like. Find one. Wow. Yeah, he's that very quick, like.
Find a reason to put them to death.
Wow. They're the worst person ever to ever live, you know?
Yeah, he's up there.
That real quick. Find one.
I mean, to be a Nazi, that automatically puts you in that category.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that for days now.
Yeah.
That little, it's like in Michael Clayton, George Clooney, like,
Yeah,
like nodding the head,
yeah.
like.
And Tilda Swinton.
Find one. It was me when my aunt was like, "Oh, I don't know where your Two-Face action figure is." I'm like, "Find one." Like, have I told that story on here?
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
so I don't know. Whatever. But some other time, maybe. Action figure got lost one time.
Now, you think that she
may or may not have hidden
or thrown away
because she was annoyed by it.
Yeah.
By the way, I love this.
Yeah.
I don't feel betrayed. I feel enriched.
I mean,
like,
truly one of the greatest women ever.
Oh
too,
yeah. So that's why I hesitated to even tell the story because I don't want to tarnish her memory.
I think frankly it makes it even funnier. Is just she maybe did do that.
No, I love it. And by the way, she very easily could not have done that too. That's just a suspicion I've had.
Great mysteries
for a long time, but maybe she totally didn't do that. I don't know. She never did anything else like that would lead me to believe that. So probably not. But I don't know. That's just some weird inclination I've had for many, many years. But
yeah,
over 15 years. Anyway. I totally love it. Like, I feel reborn by that. Like, that do without. Like, okay, it was a lesson that she taught me. Find one. Like,
find one.
You think human life is cheap?
Human life is found one.
What, if you don't believe, you won't receive? Like,
if you don't believe, you won't find one?
There is no Santa Claus. Find one. Like, it's gonna be the new meme, It's like,
you give it 2 days, there'll be some random aspect of this movie or scene that gets memeified. Like,
instead of DJ Khaled's another one, like, find one. Like,
Find one.
Find one. Another one? Find one. Like, I mean, Mr. Krabs knows that human life is cheap. He's all about being cheap.
Yeah. He's all about finding one.
Cyrax. In reference to Mortal Kombat 3, of course. In fact, the ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, Cyrax. Nightwolf.
Night Cyrax.
You do the work. All right. Find one.
When it comes to excuses, find one. Remember in the late 2000s on one of the DVDs had this scene that would then cut to make about piracy or whatever. Remember on the Dark Knight DVDs if we had one. I think they had some. They took Wizard of Oz clips too and made it about piracy.
Could have been a great man. Could have been a better man.
Could have been a better man.
You seen the poster for this new Abel Ferrara movie, Zeros and Ones?
There's Ethan Hawke.
Yeah, and it's just like there's a car on fire, the Vatican's there, like I don't know. I wanted to see that movie from a few years ago. He made Siberia. And that got kind of mixed reviews, but I'm like, what? Like, he's just like, look on his face, he's like, oh, whatever.
Kind of like mix of confusion and protrusion.
Look like Dak Prescott with his mouth open, like, except he's cool.
Yeah. And he doesn't, like, for no reason. Oh, we didn't bring this up. But he also, like, okay, so as the refs were leaving the game yesterday,
he was like,
the Cowboys fans,
they were like,
yeah,
I tried to reason with
throwing
you.
Trash at the refs.
I want that win.
And Prescott essentially shrugged and goes, well, credit to them.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like,
and they're like, no. Like,
all right. She's unloaded every bullet.
There's that movie, some like older movie in the 40s, some noir movie. That woman's like shooting that gun and killing somebody. I don't even know what that's from, but like a dadgum moment in a Samuel Fuller movie or something. Like, that one part in Pick Up on South Street is one of the most violent moments I've ever seen in movies, where a woman gets shot and she falls over and she lives, but it was just like, wow. Also in The Steel Helmet, that is one of the most violent moments in any movie, of a guy getting shot. It was just like, wow.
Yeah.
But there you go. That's Sam. That's old Sam for you. The original Bloody Sam. Find one. Like when a team misses an extra point, they're like, we need that extra point. They say to the referee, and they're like, you didn't get it, and they're like, find one. Like,
then they got to go for 2 the next time around, and then they don't get that.
And they're like, find 2. Like, I got me the next 2. Like, I got me the next 1. Like, that's just the question, you know. I ask people that all the time. Like, why weren't you honest with me? Why'd you keep your marriage a secret? You know, like, ask that to my middle school kids all the time.
Like, what?
They're like, that's a little bit weird. I'm
and then
like,
one of them's like, well, it just had to be that way.
Like, I've never had a marriage certificate. Find one. Like,
it's a marriage certificate.
A marriage certificate. Just what a moment. Still a story without an ending. We still have 15 minutes on the runtime, babe. Like, it's amazing actually how much happens in the next 15 minutes for the movie to get. It's like there's like a lot that has to happen here. Like, you know. I mean, who would you choose, Kyle?
Between these two guys?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd probably choose Laszlo.
Yeah. Just purely because, like, well, first of all, that was her husband. I mean,
yes.
married him before she even knew Rick. And
meanwhile,
ultimately, I mean, Rick has ideals, but Laszlo's one who's been in the fight and has been
like
at
a genuine hero,
and like, you know. But I don't know, it's tough.
Doesn't matter what my opinion is.
Yeah, it already happened.
Yeah. And didn't happen because it never happened.
Because it's fictional.
Because it's like Serve Pro, it never even happened, you know? Serve Pro, where the pets go find one.
This all sounds like, you know, like you see like these pirated versions of brands or like Star Trek Spider-Man. It's just like combined things,
right.
just like,
and it's in like Poland or something. Yeah.
The night he forgot.
Yes, I come. I will do it. I will find one.
I will find one.
That reflection.
Yeah.
Yes. Such a weird shot, yeah. Let's have a talk. Let's have a talk man to man.
Man talk.
That's that moment in Invisible Man, though, where he's like, let's talk man to man. Like, sounds like Sean Connery.
Let's talk man to man.
Let's talk man to man. Man talk.
Let's talk mandible claw talk.
So I can't think of one good redeeming quality about Sean Connery. Actually, find one. Like, other than being a great Bond, but it's like as a man, I don't know.
He don't sound like that great of a husband.
No. And by the way, even as a good Bond, like, wow, sexist, mean, awful. Yeah.
You know, all the qualities make for a great Bond.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Destiny, find one. Like, the meme started here. That's all I have to say. Everybody's like, I don't see why that's funny. It's like,
it's not
that's
funny.
probably because you're a loser, you know? By the way, like, if you've been sitting here this whole time, like, I don't think that's funny, then get the hell off of these airwaves. Like,
why are you still listening? You need to find one.
You need a reason? Find one. Like, I'll give you one. Get out. If you think I'd threaten to shoot Captain Renault, I'll certainly shoot you, you know? Put it down! Meanwhile, they're on their break. Right. Wow. He's like, I will screw him. Like, somehow.
Smoke a cig.
Don't smoke my cigarette. We should like a cigarette. I love now he's like not so nice to Rick. He's like, I'm getting tired of your little games.
Yeah.
Like,
now that you have a little side hussy, and I'm no longer the object of your affections.
You want
like,
to?
Oh, do you mean Elsa? It's like, no, I mean Victor Laszlo.
Like, what? He's like, what? He's like, find one. Like, he's like, you want a new hussy? Find one. Like, I'm not going to be your ring-bound hussy. Hussy, like the last picture show plane. The last picture plane. the last Rick Blaine picture plane. Fascism. You want a feather? Find one. Germany, Vichy.
Yes.
That shows he's already like,
You're interested in me as a man. No, not really. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
what about our little arrangement? Like, what? Like, Ricky, I'm gonna miss you.
Find one.
He's like, you're the only one in Casablanca with less scruples than I. Like, there were like 4 ellipses there.
Mm-hmm. We're just now looking at the latest cover for the New York Magazine, which is an interview and profile of Joss Whedon. It says interview with the alleged vampire.
I guess in reference to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but alleged vampire, alleged madman. You need a madman? Find one. I love he was just like looking at him like, I have a choice to make. Like, it's like you already know what you're gonna do, you know? Like, cut the crap. Like, cut the crap. Don't waste my time. Correct. You know that Arnold Schwarzenegger sounds like correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Find one. Correct. What? Better wait. He's like, I'm gonna go play hide and seek like a little boy. Look at him.
I mean, again,
like it's a 5-year-old sleepover, you know? Like, that's his whole demeanor. Now that I think about it, is like a tween at a sleepover, you know? Like the one that everybody feels bad about, so they keep around, you know? They're like, they don't really like him, but they're like, yeah, whatever.
But then he takes the fact that he keeps getting invited as that he's actually secretly the most popular one.
He's the kind of kid who stands out in his yard and just waits for people to talk to him, you know? That type of kid, you know? Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, you understand?
Find one.
Yeah, actually it is. Have you lost your mind? I said instead.
Yeah. Well, since you put it that way.
Yeah. Wow. This part's funny where he calls Strasser here, and he's like, "What?" Like, huh? He's like, "Find one." Like, what? What if he's just sitting in his office, you know? What?
He speaks in German.
Like, Jabot, like, what? Hitler makes an appearance.
Mm-hmm. We didn't bring this up when we were talking about Longest Day, but how much that movie's like, oh, Hitler's took his sleeping pills. He's sleeping.
Right.
We can't get him awake.
And they're like, I don't care about him.
Talking about the fussy boys.
Ceiling unlimited. Yeah, really. They're always sleeping. Like, he took a sedative. Like, what?
Well, he did.
Then there's
he took his own permanent sedative later on.
Well, then there's that scene in Valkyrie. You know, it's like a day or two after Invasion of Normandy, and that whole scene where it's like Hitler is in the room scene.
Yeah.
And it's like the invasion. Like it's like, oh, the invasion, whatever. Like. This shot, this next one, his like head turn and then the like, during our love scene.
Yeah.
During our love show.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of line is that? You know, a hill of beans. You can tell it's on like a studio, like somewhere, like. His hat, you know.
Yeah.
Like what, a year and a half? Thanks. Anytime. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has little fussy windshield wipers going. It's just like whatever.
Yeah.
You know? He looked at him for a second, like, "Can you believe this is crap?" Put it down. His death. Wow. Like, and the phone breaks.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like, find one. Like,
It was all leading to that
yeah,
moment.
like old pals, you and I. His moment.
Get some of that Vichy water.
Probably means like hard grain alcohol or something. His big moment. There it goes. It just blew up midair.
Yeah. All that for
Yeah,
nothing.
Like, wow.
And come to find out, Laszlo was a double agent for the Nazis.
Yeah.
And
That's the only type of sequel this movie could have had, is them like fighting World War II together, and just like what that would have been like, you know.
the end. Well, I think that's a winner.
English US SDH.
That's a good movie.
That's a good movie, you know.
Casablanca. So there you go. Quite literally one of the greatest films of all time.
Yep.
I don't know if this was the greatest commentary of all time, but we had fun while we were doing it. So
all right. I think it's all right. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's good. You know, we'll see what we do with it. You know,
we'll see what we do with
but,
it. You know?
Mr. Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Oh, the great American outdoors. Yet I never understood the appeal of fly fishing, Jim. A little bit too much like masturbation for me without the payoff. This is a catch and release stream, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it is.
You gotta see the irony in that, Senator. The chairman of the Joint Subcommittee on Crime, fishing in a catch and release stream. How could you do it to me, Jim? After all we suffered, I've changed my identity so many times, I don't even know who I am anymore. How could you turn on me when we were so close to our goal?
The FBI was watching you.
You tried to kill me. You've misplaced your loyalty, Senator. You've sold out America. Patriotism does not have a 4-year shelf life. But unfortunately, politicians do.
What in the world are you going to do with that?
Thomas Jefferson once shot a man on the White House lawn for treason.
Now hold the phone here. Thomas Jefferson.
You can practically taste the brain matter.
So you just heard a clip from 2001's Swordfish, a movie that I've always found very compelling. I think I first saw it on TNT in the early to mid 2000s after it had already been in theaters. Obviously, after the fact, it hit home video already. It's one of those classic movies that you see as a kid, and it's an quote adult movie, and so I always thought, oh wow, this is pretty deep and got some big ideas, blah blah. And then you get a little older, and you're like, this is so dumb and lame brain in a variety of ways. But a movie that's always served as a, random movie in the culture that was very prescient about a lot of things about terrorism in a pre 9/11 world. Yeah. That I don't even know if it was very intentional about, but it just happened to come out at a certain time and place and moment. Swordfish, any thoughts on your
Well, you've seen it far more than I have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really bad movie.
It also should be said it's like in the post-Matrix
because it has a lot to do with computers and about hacking. And,
now, obviously, it's not like nearly as science fiction-y as the Matrix is.
One of my favorite moments in that movie is when he's like under pressure. Hugh Jackman is like typing code, and what's his name just left?
John Travolta.
John Travolta is saying something to him, and he's like, "Shut the F up." Whatever. It's just a movie that is so and I mean the scene that we heard was the one that Shem Shepard's in is like senator,
Saint Shepard,
and I love it. It's like he's talking about Thomas Jefferson said blah blah blah, or
Thomas Jefferson once shot a man on the White House lawn for treason,
and he's like, now wait a minute, Thomas Jefferson, and it's like, wait, he had an opinion on Thomas Jefferson. I wanted to hear what that was.
Between what are you gonna do with that? Like talking about a gun, and then like that he's about to be murdered. And he's like, now hold the phone there. Thomas Jefferson. Like, he's like, he's not the least bit, frankly, scared or caring all that much about the fact that he's getting ready to get murdered, and then he does.
But I guess with the movie, what I always remember about it most is it's weird because it feels like it's trying to be a movie that's like, hey, we know this is a violent movie, okay? Like, and it's like this whole idea of like, violence in Hollywood makes it. I mean, it's literally that first scene of the movie. Is like saying, we know this is a movie. Like, it's like honestly the biggest step forward of that type of thing since Godard. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, it's really trying something. In some ways, it's less juvenile than Godard. Not really, but well, I don't know. I mean, Godard recently, a few years ago, we need to have less language. Like, that's a real good idea, dumbass. But anyway, but the whole idea that he's like saying, oh, this movie, movies, and it's like, and I love it. So it's like, in a way, it's a an action movie. It's like, we know this is an action movie, and like we know it's violent, but let's just have a good time, you know? And it's just like, it's a very weird movie about what it's saying about itself, and it's kind of meta, and has one of my favorite endings in any movie where it's like, wait a minute, they're alive, and then there's an explosion. And it's just like
total nonsense. Like, and I think in some ways they were trying to like series sequels, and then they never happen, of course. But and that's also right around the time Hugh Jackman and Halle Berry were both in those, and the X-Men movies had just came out, and and that was also for John Travolta part of the like, after his career was essentially restarted after Pulp Fiction, and went to these big heights, amidst him slowly burning his career back to the ground again. And his hair in that movie, by the way, is just
it makes a few different changes too. But the main
otherworldly Don Cheadle, he plays like a kind of I don't know if he's FBI or NSA or whatever he is, but he's the guy who's like running around trying to catch him the whole time.
He can practically taste the brain matter.
Yeah, but it's just a movie that's not all that good, but wildly entertaining to me. And if nothing else, like I said, I have a weird nostalgia for it because of remember seeing it on TV. Like I said, it's one of those movies that kids, oh man, this is deep. This is dense. You go back and watch it, like, wow,
we'll talk about this when we get to it. But the first scene of the movie, it's like a man staring at a camera talking about movies, and then the scene goes out, and it's them sitting at a hostage negotiation table. And it's like, you just think about Don Cheadle sitting there like, are you gonna shut up anytime soon or what? Like, it's just like, you think about that, how long it goes on, and it's like, what the hell, But anyway.
So that's Swordfish next week, but of course we just wrapped up on Casablanca. This is yet another edition of Overlapping Dialogue. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.